If we can have folks begin to take their seats, we'll get started shortly. Our teams are a little nervous. Some of them are like, no, I won't sit. I'll just stand. Thank you. What a beautiful day. Isn't it extraordinary? Welcome back for our 8th annual Stumberg Prize New Venture Competition Seed Round. Welcome back. Let's give yourselves a hand. My name is Dr. Luis Martinez. I'm the Director for Innovation and Entrepreneurship here at Trinity University, and I'm thrilled to welcome, for those of you who are coming back to our annual Stumberg Prize, welcome back for us to be in person, and for those of you who are attending for the very first time, you are in for an incredible, exciting afternoon. And we promise that the judges are phenomenal, all of them. None of them is Mr. Wonderful. All of them are just great, and we're excited to have you all here today. So if we go on to the next slide. Before we begin, it's really important to acknowledge that as we celebrate innovation and entrepreneurship, the true innovators who were here in San Antonio are the indigenous people who were here that the Spaniards sort of discovered who were here previously. And so we'd like to sort of acknowledge the fact that the land that Trinity currently sort of resides on is the traditional land of the Payama bands of the Qualatecan peoples. The Lipan Apache band settled here, and the Tanakana that sort of were both in this land as well as in the place in Tawakana where Trinity was very first established. And we want to acknowledge our place here as guests on this land to really acknowledge the true innovators, those that discovered how to solve the problems of being in this place to sort of flourish and have a place that they called their home. And so we're acknowledged and are grateful to be here at this place at this time. Next slide. The Louis H. Stumberg New Venture Competition really honors the legacy of Mr. Louis H. Stumberg. He was an extraordinary man. He was, together with his brother and his father, saw the trends of GIs coming through San Antonio, preparing to go off to war in World War II, saw that they really fell in love with Tex-Mex and Mexican food, recognized the technological innovation of what were then called TV dinners, and cold flash freezing foods, and really innovated in bringing Tex-Mex food worldwide through sort of the 1950s. And so we acknowledge sort of his contributions as an innovator and entrepreneur. But in addition to that sort of contribution, Mr. Stumberg was a chairman of the Board of Trustees here at Trinity University, former president of the Greater Chamber of Commerce for San Antonio. He was president of the Alamo Area Council of the Boy Scouts of America, civilian aide and a designee for the U.S. Army, had a great commitment to our soldiers and men and women in uniform. But beyond that kind of role in sort of moving the business service and moving forward the sort of life of business here in San Antonio, in addition to his philanthropic support, in many cases silent or quiet and quietly supporting that, the way in which he helped build San Antonio with the spirit of something that he sort of was quoted with saying, where he said, I'd like to think that I either did or took the opportunity to make the world better or do something that did better in my presence in doing something. And so Mr. Stumberg was known in this community as my first customer, the person who gave me this incredible counsel, the person who connected me from this person to that person, the person who took the risk of introducing me to do this or do the other. And so these many stories that we have in this community of Mr. Stumberg going forth and utilizing his network and being an advocate for entrepreneurs and people around this city is really a tremendous testament. And we're so grateful for the gift and for the legacy that Mr. Stumberg has given that has been named in this prize. And so we'd like to acknowledge, we have with us today Mr. Stumberg's wife, Mary Pat Stumberg. Could you please join me in thanking her for this gift, for the endowment that we have here today? This gift was also given in part by members of his family as well, and so please help me acknowledge Herb Stumberg, member of Trinity Board of Trustees, Trinity alum, who's also in the back, who's been part of this gift. Thank you so much, Herb, for your gift. He really, this gift has really helped make the world a better place. All of our students are actively trying to solve real problems. And so the number of students who've come through this experience, who've come out not only as founders, but who've gone off and build real value and solve real problems for other folks, is a tremendous testament to the legacy that Mr. Stumberg leaves. Next slide. There's some really important people that we want to acknowledge before we begin and kick things off, that are part of building what happens here at Trinity Entrepreneurship. We have a program called the Kinsey Entrepreneur in Residence, where we bring on campus a distinguished alum, a distinguished entrepreneur, to come back and spend an academic year with us, working and building and working with our companies, helping our students sort of develop. They teach our intro course. We're thrilled to have me introduce and to thank this year's, the 2021-2022 Entrepreneur in Residence, Jake Gray, class of 1990, who is here today. He has been responsible in helping prepare these teams for today's pitch. And so, Jake, we have a small aspect of gratitude from us to you, if you would climb up and receive that from us. But wait, that's not all. You might have noticed that last year we were not live. We were all virtual in last year's competition, and so we missed the opportunity last year to acknowledge the contributions of our 2020-2021 Entrepreneur in Residence, next slide, Mr. Matt Glazier, class of '04. He worked tirelessly during our COVID period of helping prepare our 7th annual Stumberg Prize teams, preparing for that moment. We're thrilled to have Matt back as well, and so Matt, please come up and acknowledge a little bit of contribution, our thanks for your contributions with us. Thank you so much, Jake. Matt and Jake. Thank you so much, Matt and Jake. So one of the things that makes Trinity Entrepreneurship unique and distinctively different is that our program is open to every Trinity student of every major. So it doesn't matter whether or not you're majoring in astronomy or business or engineering. We are open to students of every major to come and build a business. But it doesn't have to be a for-profit business. It's also industry agnostic. It doesn't matter whether or not you want to launch a taco truck or a tech company. It doesn't matter whether or not you want to launch a for-profit or a nonprofit. It doesn't matter, another thing that makes it distinctive, if you're a first-year student who literally a year ago were trying to decide what college you were going to go to, or a graduating senior. This is a program that's open to every Trinity student to come and realize their dreams, to build something for real for the first time with us. We're incredibly excited about this program in the sense that it helps take students of every stage, of every major, in every area to go off and build something new and something unique. And so this program, now in its 8th year, is an integral part of that experience for our students. We're thrilled to announce that we have now had, in the last 7 years, 37 companies be launched through this program. And so the companies that will be launched through this program will be added to that great total. And we've been excited that the kinds of support that this program and our students have sort of evolved has brought together people from the community who've come and supported it. We'd like to thank some sponsors as well who've been responsible for helping. Next slide. There we go. We'd like to go ahead and thank our sponsors and partners who've been an incredible part of building this program. Obviously, we want to acknowledge the endowment from the Stumberg family for which this prize is named. We want to be able to also acknowledge the F.W. Olin Fund, which supports our students to be able to spend their time with us this summer in the Summer Accelerator. the Kinsey Entrepreneur in Residence that we've previously sort of recognized, as well as the Trinity University Education Department that's helped go ahead and provide our iPads that we're utilizing today for the judges. We also have community members that have been part of building this program. Amazon Web Services is going to be able, for those teams that require web services, of being able to provide $5,000 of additional web service accounts through AWS. Frost Bank and Broadway Bank both offer really amazing deals on business banking accounts for all our Stumberg teams. We're thrilled to have Alamo Beer be one of our beer sponsors. Trinity's Venture Mentoring Program that provides mentoring for the program. We're thrilled to have Chili Media as well as a new partner this year that's helped provide us support for funded. You've seen our Quick Sip Coffee, one of our Stumberg Prize winners that's now in every HEB. Try it, you're gonna love it. And we're proud to announce two new sponsors and partners with us. Fluent, which is sort of like a FICO score for startups that all our student startups are going to be able to get. And we'd like to acknowledge as well Geekdom, which is coming in with a great partnership for us, where every student who participates in today's seed round will get 1-year membership as part of that collaborative co-working experience. So we're incredibly proud that this experience in helping build student founders of every major, of every type, is gathering this kind of amazing community support. Please help me in thanking our sponsors by joining me in a round of applause. So the students who will be participating in this program will be pitching through in our seed round here in a format of approximately 5-minute pitches and 5-minute Q&A. Unfortunately, sorry audience members, only the judges will be able to ask questions as part of the Q&A. You'll have an opportunity to engage with each of the teams after the pitches and sort of the networking opportunities that are present afterwards and sort of their booths where they get the opportunity to do that. And what these teams are competing for are for a package of approximately $20,000 of real value that's being provided to each one of our finalist teams. That $20,000 package includes, in addition to the membership at Geekdom, in addition to the banking accounts, EW services, it includes a $5,000 grant investment to go ahead and begin to build a real business. It includes a paid summer experience with us here at Trinity on our campus in the summer as part of our summer accelerator, including student housing during that time. So our teams are competing for that package to then be able to come back and tell you what they've done with that investment of $5,000 in our Stumberg Prize final round that will be taking place during San Antonio Startup Week in the fall of 2020. So mark your calendars, San Antonio Startup Week, Trinity's Stumberg Prize finals will be taking place during that time. Now, that decision, thankfully, is not my job, right? You know, like my children, I love all my children, right? It's hard for me to say who's the best. And so the job of making that decision is given to our great sponsors, and our great judges. And so I'd like to introduce briefly our judges before we get to why you really came, not to listen to me, but to listen to the pitches that are coming forth. So our first judge that we're announcing and sort of introducing, next slide, in alphabetical order, is Leslie Chasnoff. We're thrilled to have Leslie join us here today. She's a startup co-founder. She's currently working at Geekdom as the programs director. We're grateful for your partnership at Geekdom. We're thrilled to have you be a part of this. So thank you so much, Leslie, to represent part of the San Antonio community. Hold your applause until we introduce all the judges. Our next judge, Jennifer Moriarty. Jennifer Moriarty is the principal of the Moriarty Consulting Group. If you work here in San Antonio in nonprofits, you know Jennifer. You know the great legacy and the great help that she's worked in that sector. We're so thrilled to have you here. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for being a judge with us. Our next judge. What's really cool is that we have the opportunity to bring people from the community as well as our alumni. We are honored to present as our next judge Cam Burrell-Roach, class of 2017. Cam is the CEO and founder of LiveCash. And what's interesting about Cam is not only that he's a Trinity alum, not only that he's a student athlete, but Cam currently holds the distinction of being Trinity Entrepreneurship's first 3-time student serial entrepreneur. And so Cam, welcome back to Trinity, and we're thrilled to have you back joining us today. Our next judge, Sarah Hemley, founder and CEO of TrueView, an incredible founder, a beacon of our local startup community. If you don't know Tribu, you don't know PR, you don't know great media. They're an incredible team. They've been a great partner of Student Plus Startups. We're thrilled to have Sarah and her expertise to come and help us adjudicate these things. Thank you so much for joining us today, Sarah. And finally, last but not least, another former Trinity student, Stephen Smith, founder and CEO of NOCD. He's going to be kind of blush when I tell you what's next. I mean, yes, in addition to the fact that he's a former Trinity student, and yes, he's a former Trinity sort of student athlete, he also happens to have founded probably the premier mental health app in the world. And so we're thrilled to have you here, Stephen from Chicago, founder and CEO of NOCD. For both Cam and for Stephen, the genesis of their ideas happened just upstairs. And so we're thrilled to welcome you back, Stephen, at the place that 8 years ago gave birth to NOCD. Welcome, and thank you for joining us in helping adjudicate these teams. Can you please join me in a round of applause in thanking our judges? All right, we're here for the moment that you've waited for. So as I mentioned, we're going to be going through rounds of 5 minutes of pitches, 5 minutes of Q&A with questions coming directly from the judges. There'll be some moment in transition between the teams, and then we'll go on to the next team. I ask you to please, out of respect for the teams, to please refrain from large, loud discussions in the audience, so we can go ahead and make sure that the Q&A takes place and the pitches take place well. I'd like to remind everyone as well that we're being broadcast on the Trinity Tiger Network, so for those of you who are tuning in and watching us actually through live stream, thank you so much for joining us, and we're thrilled to have you participate and be a part of this today. What's important about today's competition as well is that the decision of the judges is final. It is ultimately the judge's decision to decide who will go off to become Stumberg Prize finalists and compete for our grand prize of $25,000 in the fall. So are you all ready to see some amazing student teams? I don't hear the excitement. Can I have some applause? Are you all ready? There we go. All right, starting up. First slide. We've got, here we go. In alphabetical order, baby to go.
Good afternoon. We are Baby to Go, and we focus on making the lives of caretakers easier with our product, the Stroller Backpack, a stroller that converts into a functioning backpack. I am Ivana Bas-Caldera, the CEO.
I'm Anusha Sharma, the COO. And I'm Sam Carr, the CMO.
When my mom was pregnant with me, she dreamt of a stroller that could convert into a backpack. And during the Women's March in 2021, I saw multiple parents struggling to carry their folded stroller, bag, and their child who got tired of being in the stroller. If they had the stroller backpack, they could have put their bag in the backpack and taken care of their kid with both hands. And that's when I saw that is a genuine problem people face. And here at Trinity, I met my best friends who have experience with babysitting and small businesses. And now we're putting those skills to use to help busy caretakers such as our own parents.
So, what's the problem? I urge you to think about a time you were traveling at the airport with a stroller or saw someone else with a stroller at the airport. Just recently, during spring break, I witnessed a young mother struggle to take apart her stroller to get past airport security, as well as the hassle of having to leave the stroller outside of the aircraft because they're not compact enough to put in the overhead compartments. That showed us all that there's a real need for our product.
As Anusha said, using a stroller today can be very challenging. Current strollers are too bulky, hard to compact, and too heavy, making them not accessibility friendly. And as well, once they are folded, they have no alternative use.
We spoke with local community members to see if they face these problems as well. A local mother said that her friend in Boston had to teach her 2-year-old daughter how to ride a scooter because it was too difficult to take a stroller onto the train. And a local father said that every time he would leave the airplane, he would buy a new stroller just to avoid taking one on the airplane.
So what do we have that other competitors don't? Our stroller has storage in and out of use, We are lightweight, meaning that we're under 10 pounds, and we're compact.
Our product offers a simple solution to these problems and makes carrying a stroller as easy as wearing a backpack.
The stroller backpack is contractable and foldable, which means it's easy to put together and take apart. It has an alternative use as a backpack, which means it provides storage, and it can also be rolled if you can't carry it. Also, its design features allow it to be lightweight and easily portable.
Our process is easy. The contraction of the frame consists of a telescope top that telescopes inward,
And a foldable bottom. For safety, brakes will be included at the handles. As well, the height allows it to be taken into an airport and used as a carry-on.
To turn the seat into a functioning backpack, you just zip up the sun cover, and then you use the top zipper to put things in and out of the bag.
The wheels will be hidden by a cushioned flap in order to protect people's back. There will be straps on this flap in order to create a functional backpack.
We researched our market subsets, and we found that within the first year, if we were to reach just 10% of 17 preschools around Trinity, we would have a revenue of $170,000. That is, if we sell our strollers for $200 a piece, which depends on the cost of production. Now keep in mind, San Antonio has 17 different school districts, each with many preschools. Therefore, we have a large obtainable market.
In order to get our product on the market, we are currently conducting a survey and creating a mailing list to find out what caretakers want in a stroller, such as weight, ease of contraction, cost, etc., to find out what to value in our prototype. We are then going to meet with an engineer to find out the logistics of our prototype, to then test our product, and then move into production.
Through our survey, we found that our respondents value storage, ease of contraction, weight, ease of transportation, size, and cost. The stroller backpack takes all of these aspects into consideration and provides a stroller for the people.
To get our product in the hands of buyers, we are speaking to engineers to help us improve our current prototype.
And as Sam said earlier, we will continue to test and make our product while we collect data from our surveys.
We're also looking into obtaining patents and deciding if we would rather license or manufacture our product. We will then move into production and then finally sales.
So, what will we do with the $5,000? Portions of the funds have been set aside for legal aid, marketing, as well as taxes, but we know these numbers will likely fluctuate once we figure out the exact cost of our prototype. As you can see, majority of the funds have been set aside for prototyping because the quality of the product is extremely important to us. This isn't simply just a stroller or a backpack, but combining these products together gives caretakers from all backgrounds the means to care for their child instead of the items required to care for them.
So, are you ready for more adventures?
I don't know if it's on.
It's on. So I heard you guys talk about it being lightweight and portable and that you're focused on the quality of the product, but a really important aspect to any caregiver or parent is safety, and I haven't heard
That is part of your description. Would you talk about how you're factoring that in?
Well, we plan on using lightweight materials, but also safe materials. So we're hoping to make the frame out of aluminum, which can be lightweight, but also will be safe in order to keep the baby safe, of course. And we want to use a durable material, and we're hoping to use like mesh.
Yeah. And then there's also brakes on the wheels as well as the top in case you need to come to a sudden halt. But that will come once we speak to engineers as well.
Yeah, so part of us meeting with the engineers is going to be to test the prototype, and that will include testing with the federal safety code. So when we do that, we will be able to make sure that it is safe and durable as well as lightweight.
Thank you.
So a really critical part of this product is finding that engineer, right? In terms of prototyping, what's y'all's process or plan for going about that?
So I've spoken to the technician from Makerspace here at Trinity, and he's told us it's feasible, and he's given me access to the president of the Women in Engineers. So I've been actively going out and speaking to engineer students, but we're really trying to find the right fit who has the time to help us with our product.
I just want to say first, kudos for having a prototype and for doing some good customer validation and research and market research already. That's something in an area of this that I'm still more curious about. Even pulling up your survey, there weren't too many questions in it and that kind of thing. So I'm a little bit more curious about what types of questions you've been asking when you've gone out and interviewed potential customers for that validation, and also where else you're planning to do that. Who else are you trying to talk to? What kind of assumptions are you trying to kind of mostly focus on to prove through that validation at this point?
So through the surveys that we have a QR code for, we've been passing it out, and it has questions such as, what do you like about your stroller? What don't you like? Because we're really trying to make it fit the caretaker rather than what we want, because what we want is what they want. And
I would say the types of questions we're asking mainly focus on what aspects of current strollers are not working for them so we can try to fix that in our product. And we've been talking to people in the community, like we went out to the library that has a playground, we're talking to people there, we're talking to family members that have had kids, we've talking to like teachers, professors, we've been talking to everyone that we come across really. Like the other day we stopped someone at like HEB and we were like, hey, like we see your stroller, like do you want to tell us like what about this like you love, or what about it is maybe not working for you? So we're just trying to target everyone we come across so we can really make a product that everyone wants.
Has there been anything shocking from that yet?
Well, really the most shocking one for me was the scooter on the train. Like your 2-year-old daughter, it's easier to take it on the scooter rather than
Also, the other one that we put in our slideshow, like a parent bought a new stroller every time they would travel just because traveling with a stroller was so difficult. And a lot of people have come up to us and they were like, oh, I wish we had this product when I had kids, you know, because it would make their lives easier.
The most shocking thing for me is especially that whenever people talk about their strollers, they're like, oh, it's not perfect, but like it's okay. That's the majority thing that people say about their strollers.
Just a quick question. Why preschools as a distribution channel?
So when we were doing our market research, we were looking at people with children under the age of 6, which really falls in line with all preschools. And I grew up in San Antonio, so I knew that market pretty well here around San Antonio. So that's easier to research rather than seeing like how many babysitters are around town. So I was trying to make it really hone in.
And I would say that we're not only trying to focus on preschools, but to start off, if we targeted 10% of that, we could have a revenue which we could then grow and like have online sales and things like that, where we could sell enough to like places not only in San Antonio, not only preschools, even kids who are not in preschool or things like that.
Have you thought about any B2B channels?
We have, but that really comes with deciding if we want to license or manufacture and seeing how we're going to be working with the prototype end of things to see how we get it out there afterwards. So right now it's really just how can we reach our community.
Just had to test it. I have a question. Can you help me understand the value proposition that distinguishes yourself? So I'm understanding as your unique value proposition is that it's the versatility of it, the storage and the comfort of carrying a child. So is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the competitive landscape? Have you seen anyone else targeting that unique value proposition of storage, but also everything as far as the specs of carrying a child comfortably?
Yeah, so I would say that all of the strollers that we've come across, there's some that can be folded into a backpack, but they can't be used for storage. So ours provides an alternative use when it's not in use as a stroller. So when it is folded up, when it's not being used as a stroller, you can use it as a backpack. You can put things inside of it, and we haven't found any other strollers that you can use outside of like the use of an actual stroller.
We also did a US patent search to see if anything was patented. Basically, they're all just foldable and compact, but nothing can be a backpack as well.
Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Baby Go. Thank you so much, Baby to Go. Brainwave Analytics, you're up next. We'll give the judges an opportunity to finish their scoring.
I'll be on this side.
You know, coming back after COVID kind of takes a while to remember how to do things. Remember that first time you met someone and you're like, oh my God, I literally haven't seen you in 2 years in person. And you forget, like, do we shake hands? Do we give each other a hug? We're experiencing that right now. Kind of getting the stuff in. While we're waiting for the judges and as we get through this small technical glitch, I want to call everyone's attention to these wonderful little team feedback forms that we have at the registration table. You get the opportunity to provide some feedback for these teams. And so if you loved or did not love some of the things that some of these students did, if you want to provide them feedback, if you have an insight that you'd like to provide them guidance on, I encourage you to go ahead and take one of these team feedback cards, put down their names, comments that you have for them. If you want to go ahead and include your contact information, feel free to do so. You don't have to. But it's a great opportunity opportunity for our audience to be able to participate and provide these great teams feedback. So these great team feedback forms are available at the registration table. We've got some extra pens as well if you don't have a pen with you. Great opportunity to provide feedback back to the teams. And if you leave it with one of our staff members, we'll be happy to make sure that all the teams get your feedback for this seed round. Are we ready, judges? Awesome. Next up, Brainwave Analytics.
Good afternoon, folks. As he said, we are Brainwave Analytics. My name is Lutari Segura. I'm a first-year neuroscience student and CEO.
My name is Angel, and I'm a first-year business finance student and CFO.
And our aim is to improve student education through the use of brainwave activity. We'll go ahead and create new suggestions to schools around the area.
The education system in the U.S. has grown stagnant and non-responsive to the needs of its students. Yale researchers have found that 75% of U.S. high school students express boredom, sadness, or stress while in school. The use of repetition in classrooms through practice problems and practice tests just isn't cutting it for our student body anymore. Not to mention that despite these efforts, the Program for International Student Assessment found that since 2000, our reading scores and our math scores have remained stagnant. This was reported in 2019, so in a 20-year gap, we had no improvement. For this market of academic support, $12.2 billion are funneled in to help students, and yet nothing is changing. Guidance counselors who are placed in schools often focus on emotional wellness and not on academic support. Tutors in schools are non-innovative as they use their own techniques that they learned through the schools that failed them and try and improve students who are already falling behind. They're also a recurring expense for families. And the most scientific approach to date using fMRI is non-accessible, as MIT researchers themselves fail to replicate environments in schools that allow them to collect accurate data.
And that's why we're using EEG. EEG, or electroencephalography, is a commonly used brain-computer interface. It's non-invasive, it's portable, and it's cost-effective. Its high time resolution and ease of use makes it a great, quick, and it's a great, quick brain signal acquisition machine. So Brainwave Analytics will use EEG to gather student brainwave types, location, and length of brainwaves. We use that while they're doing an academic task, like a math problem, reading, or writing, to find correlations between their success and failure rates, to suggest our data analysis to create new materials. In 2015, Stanford researchers did a similar approach to testing this cognitive tutoring. And they found that students with learning abilities in a math class had gotten to the point of their neurotypical peers in just 8 weeks.
As far as how to continue with this venture, we have determined that our biggest cost is going to be in obtaining the machinery. So $7,000 to $12,000 is approximately what it costs to obtain the machinery, as long as the software that we need to use in order to do the analysis. The assessments that we run typically cost about $35 for the servicer to process, and our employees remain a variable cost, as we have yet to identify exactly who we need as our inside man to form these connections with schools. Our revenue is going to be based on a for-profit company where we are going to be using our data as a supplemental resource to existing coaches and tutoring services. We also plan to campaign for state and local funding and to keep our centers open for private testing. We are asking for the $5,000 in order to validate our customer and business model, create an initial partnership with the school, and start the early stages of negotiating for this machinery.
These two organizations, Carnegie Learning and Synapse School, are doing similar things. They're in education innovation. However, Carnegie Learning has no testing for new changes in learning cycles or the changes in their students' brain mechanisms. Synapse School is the most similar to ours. However, they don't plan to move outside of that one school. They are paired with Stanford researchers. So we met with one of their researchers. Brainwave Analytics hopes to provide real-time recording, data collection, and accessibility. Like I said earlier, I am a neuroscience student. I've worked in this field for about a year with In Mind Out Emotional Wellness Center. The CEO of this company has offered to be my mentor as I get my certification in neurofeedback and biofeedback EEG. Unlike my partner here, I've only had public education, and this has given me some passion to help other students that have had some similar experiences to me.
Yeah, and as she mentioned, my experiences are in KIPP charter school systems in SoCal and in private boarding school institutions. So I have the background of understanding the resources that go into private one-on-one tutoring and on accessibility to these types of resources. And I'm motivated to create a system that can help every student get to where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'll start. My question is, I understand it, the machinery, you know, what was it called again?
EEG. EEG?
Yeah, the EEG. And help me understand, if I get the EEG, why are you uniquely qualified, you know, to analyze the data as opposed to anyone else who may have a neural background and they have the same equipment as you? So how do you distinguish yourself? And another part to that question is, I didn't hear much about, it seems as if the service that you provide is the analysis itself, you know, how you understand and synthesize that data from the machine. So what are you delivering as far as proprietary analysis that you can even make money on? Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yeah, so there's already, this EEG comes with an array of software that I can choose from, an array of hardware. This software already has some information already in it that provides some background knowledge onto the mechanisms of your brain that helps the technician read the brain waves. I'm studying this already. I'm getting my certification. I've created materials for the certification. I'm just not certified yet. And so I've had a lot of experience in it. As opposed to other people, it just depends if they get their certification and if they have knowledge of what to use. We're in communication with Stanford researchers, and I have many people that I'm working with that have already suggested to me different protocols. So I have a whole folder full of protocols already that I'm already working on.
Do you think those protocols will allow you to distinguish yourself from anyone else who may have similar resources to understand the different software, the analysis that's being fed to you? Are you able to distinguish yourself from anyone else who may want to go in this arena of?
Yes, yeah, well, so for Stanford, the reason why it was replicable is because you can test it and create your own protocol. So our own protocols will test the baseline and then see where the activity's at, and then test their post-baseline. So that's the general idea. And then with the brain activities, those will be ours. Those little academic activities and suggestions will be ours.
Will you talk a little bit about how the results from a student's test would translate into customized curriculum? You identified that as the primary problem. So how does that play out in a scenario? Just a quick case statement about what that might look like.
So you place the student to get connected with the EEG, and as they are testing and doing an academic task, we get to see what's going on in one location of the brain or multiple locations, just depends on where our electrode placements are, as well as the brainwave activity. So there are multiple brain waves, and they have different definitions for those brain waves as to what they mean. So let's say if a student's doing a math problem and we see that they're not doing so well on that math problem, we get to see what's going on in their brain at different locations and target why they're not doing that right. And if we find a math problem that does work for them, or perhaps if we change that math problem, or we change how they think about it, and see what's going on in the brain, we match that brain activity to that the success rate. and suggest those materials.
So what's your intervention within their school environment? Are you working with the counselor, with the teacher? Are they bringing you in to test a kid? And
Currently, we would be doing data collection and then finding a middleman, such as a guidance counselor. That's what we are talking about currently.
Along that, did I press the button? Oh, along that same vein, who's your like customer that initiates the test on the student? Is that the school? Is that the counselor? Is that the parent? And I understand it might potentially be all of those things, but to start, who do you plan to start?
Yeah. So the initial outreach would be, as of right now, we've determined charter schools as they have sort of a unique way of funding themselves. So we would try and come in as the data collection and data analyst company, and then using their existing counselors, tutors, whatever services they've already sort of determined are beneficial to their students, give them a way of tracking the students' progress through a more scientific approach. So the school initially would be sort of who we're going to, and then working individually with the counselors to teach them how to use our materials to do what they're doing in a more efficient manner.
Yeah, when we talked to the assistant director at the Learning Center at Synapse School, the main distinction that she mentioned between when they first started and later phases was that they started talking to teachers, they started talking to the guidance counselors, and they had way more information than they could have thought of. So that's a very important aspect to what we'll be doing.
Last question.
So how do you think about your implementation costs per school, and how does that affect your pricing per school?
Yeah, so similar cognitive services are currently about $35, and that's the price point given by a different company who focuses on emotional wellness. So the service charge is basically just whatever we determine the value of the system to be, since the systems can be created in-house. So we could do like a monthly subscription model where it's like, just throwing a number out there, 10,000 to do every student in the school.
I guess what I'm asking is how much labor is required to get the school to onboard to the system, and how does that get bundled into your overall pricing per school?
Yeah.
So,
We don't have an exact number on the cost of labor since it's a very new field. I've talked to other doctors about it, and they said that it just depends on what we want to price it as. To our knowledge, we think that would be beneficial to add on somebody that's an educational psychologist or a guidance counselor or someone of that sort. Yeah. Did you have anything to add to that?
It basically depends on how many middlemen we need, from the data collection to transcribing the data to teaching what the data means to the teachers. So depending on how many steps are in that process will determine the overall cost.
Yeah, because the rest is software and hardware. It's not much of a labor-intensive type of job.
Please join me in thanking Brainwave Analytics. Thank you. We'll give the judges an opportunity to finish putting together their scores. Faro is coming up next. I'd like to remind you all that we've got these great cards that enable you to give some feedback. You've heard 2 great pitches already. We are 2 into 11. It's going to be quite a day. And so there's great opportunity for you to go ahead and provide feedback to each of these individual teams. Faro will be right up.
Why don't you just do a test of Shelby?
Sure.
Shelby, can you say hello? Hello? Keep talking. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi, I'm Shelby. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Audio test. Good, okay.
You're on, everyone can hear you. Okay.
Do you want me to be the clicker, or do you want me to be the clicker?
You can,
I can do it if you
I'll
want.
do it actually.
It's whatever you
I think I need to like fidget. Yes. Okay, I'm just gonna test this.
Do you want to be on the side of Shelby? Should we put this up there?
I can't see this part. It's fine.
Did you do that? Yeah? Oh, maybe the panel didn't. It's Corbin.
Oh. Yeah, try the other arrow.
No, you're going the other way.
Try the other
then.
arrow.
You're going, yeah.
There you go.
Got it. Okay.
Now
So
you
it's
have
opposite.
the
Yeah. Oh, I see.
You had it upside down.
Ah.
You want to take one more time to make sure you get the right arrow? Perfect.
Okay.
You said it.
You need to pick a friendly face.
Shout out, we gotta shout out Nishikawa.
Where is he? He's right there. Okay. And he's on our board, chairman of our board.
Yeah.
Is that her slide?
Who's? Wait.
The board slide is Shelby's, right?
Yes, it's Shelby's.
Shelby, when you go through the you can like point out.
Amazing. And Taos there. We're joyous.
Yeah. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah.
Hello?
Test, test. Hi, everyone. Okay. Hi, y'all. We are FARO, Projects for Global Education. My name is Rachel.
My name is Shelby.
My name is Maria.
And we're really excited to compete today and to present to y'all. Last summer, we talked to local school teachers in San Antonio, and they told us about the new challenging problem created by the COVID-19 learning gap created by the online learning education. And they all told us the same thing. They're really tired and they're fatigued. Teachers are tasked with not only developing curriculum, but also instructing effectively and also preparing students for standardized testing. You can imagine that these problems are not just localized to one school in San Antonio, but are actually amplified across the state, the nation, and internationally as well. FARO will solve this problem by creating original project-based curricula and children's books that will be sold to school districts, and then school districts will distribute these materials to teachers, and therefore we hope to alleviate the burden of curriculum development for teachers.
And so what is the topic of our first curriculum and children's book? It's the urgent issue of plastic pollution in a global and local context. We want elementary age students to be empowered with the resources that they need to address issues in their own community. And so our product and unique value proposition come from our curriculum and our book. And so our curriculum is titled Redesigning the Plastic Solution. It's a project-based and interdisciplinary curriculum that meets both TEKS and Common Core standards for Texas and the nation for elementary age students. And later on, it will also be adjusted to international standards. And so this curriculum will support teachers, but it's not just project-based. It will also include worksheets and access to Trinity CSI Makerspace.
Additionally, we also sell our original book, Untitled the Plastic Problem, which serves as a resource for teachers and students to follow along with the curriculum. This curriculum tells, this book tells the global story of a young girl from Ecuador with local relevance in terms of the plastic pollution issue. It will be available in English and Spanish as well as in ebook and hard copy form, and it role models sustainability, innovation, and sustainable solutions to really empower students' learning. And these topics and this initial iteration of our curriculum and book is just the beginning for FARO as we hope to expand our range of grade levels and topics.
And so, as mentioned before, we've run focus groups with 3rd and 4th grade teachers from Bonham Academy, which is part of the San Antonio ISD, and where we also plan to launch our pilot curriculum in fall of 2022. And so this is some of their feedback, which includes that the FARO curriculum is much needed, it's ambitious, but also worthwhile, and also that it's a wonderful thing for students to be a part of and raise awareness. Here you can see what we envision to be our business model. We plan to be mainly B2B, selling, as I mentioned, our curricula and children's books to school districts, such as SAISD, which has over 40 schools in its jurisdiction, along with the other segment being educational organizations such as Teach for America, who we've already talked to, the local San Antonio chapter, and we have their buy-in and interest as well.
So here you can see our projected revenue model and expenses, and we anticipate costs such as illustration, publication fees, as well as the operation costs and curriculum and book development costs. In terms of revenue, we anticipate selling our curriculum at $1,000 per school and $20 per book, so at each unit. If we assume that we are serving, for example, a class of 300 students at these prices, we see a sample profit of $1,500. So as you can see, this can be scaled, and this is just the beginning for us as we hope to increase our profit margins and use these profits to further our mission. Yes, additionally, we as co-founders have skin in the game already. We have invested $3,000 worth of our labor and time in developing these products, and we really want to be a sustainable social enterprise. So we need your $5,000 investment to launch and to market our curriculum for a successful pilot in the fall in the San Antonio School District.
And so just to recap, we are a social enterprise in partnership with Trinity Center for International Engagement. My name is Shelby, and I am the head of operations with a background in international development and nonprofit consulting.
I'm Maria. I am head of book development, and I have a background in political science and experience in creative writing and project management.
I'm Rachel, and I have a background in international development as well. And we are so grateful to have our FARO Board of Directors, and we also have our chair of the board, Dr. Nishikawa, in the audience with us today, and we're very grateful for the support. This is our mission. Our product and business model is based on serving teachers and students, but what will motivate us in the future for our operations is this mission, as you can see on the projector. Thank y'all.
Thank you. We look forward to answering questions.
Lovely presentation, and where my head's really going first, I would say, is the competitive landscape. So who else out there is trying to tackle this problem? We just had one before you talking about curriculum too, so we all know this is a huge problem, especially post-COVID, but who do you consider your biggest competition? How are teachers kind of trying to solve this today?
I think the cool thing about FARO is that we're starting locally. A lot of big organizations, like across the nation internationally, have tried to create curricula that they sell to teachers or school districts or schools that are meant to serve very different populations. So this local curriculum that we're starting with is so specific to San Antonio. And we have that global context as well, but San Antonio schools have the unique value of having access to the CSI makerspace. So we are beginning our operations by thinking of keeping things specific and not diluting the education that we give our students.
Yeah, additionally, we do have, there are competitors that obviously have tried a curriculum development and then selling that to schools, but these are actually surprisingly few in terms of the same topics and grade range that we offer. And additionally, we pair it with our book, so that's kind of also a unique aspect for FARO.
Just a quick follow-up to that. Do you plan to scale this out, and if so, how?
Yes. We do plan to scale it out in the next, we imagine, 5 to 10 years. As we mentioned, this organization, FARO, stays with the Trinity Center for International Engagement after we graduate. So we hope to go global. We have connections with Mexico, a school in Mexico. Dr. Nishikawa helped us secure that just in the past couple weeks. And in terms of how we would make our operations scalable, for example, with the plastic component, how to get a machine that's available in the makerspace to a place in Mexico, we've been talking to Ryan Hodge at the CSI Makerspace, and he's been working on making a more transportable machine that we could maybe sell or actually give to our partner schools across the world.
Am I understanding y'all correctly when you say you're kind of already you have a verbal yes from SAISD at this point, or is that still something in development?
We are in development with getting that yes from the district as a whole. Bonham Academy, which is a public school under SAISD, has given us like a very interested yes that we just need to follow up and be like, hey, we're still good to go, right? But yeah, it's basically yes. And also with TFA, as I mentioned.
Yeah, TFA has expressed a lot of interest as well.
I have a question. Can you just articulate to me what the actual product is? This is a curriculum? I saw the book. You talked about a machine. Can you articulate that really quickly again? And also, is there an age demographic that you target? I know you mentioned schools. Is it preschool, middle school, high school? Where do you see that falling?
So we focus on elementary age, and our curriculum is focused on 4th graders. So that is our current grade target, but we hope to expand that. And as for the question about the product, our 2 products go together. So sort of we hope to sell them as a package, but it's the curriculum and the book would be sold for as many units as the school would want to buy. So most likely that would be at least 1 book per classroom, but if there's more accessibility, then it would be multiple books per classroom. We would love for it to be every single student if we could. Yeah.
What's your key metric for success for 2022?
Sure. I would say we want to beta test in the fall, and so measuring the success of that pilot would look like talking to the teachers, seeing if the curriculum has any flaws, like assessing what we need to do to improve that, to bring it to market the next year. And as well as we hope to get sales on the book, which should be done by the summer or during the summer. So once that book, which we're publishing through Kindle Direct Press, we can launch it right away, and we have no upfront costs. So seeing marketing on those and seeing how successful our sales are is a really good indicator for us.
Do you have a sales goal, or do you have like NPS score that you're measuring, or if it's schools? How do you?
Yeah. I don't think we have a number goal, at least for the book, in mind yet.
For the packages, I think as we just talked about, what would be great to have in 2022 would be to get at least 1 school district in San Antonio to be committed to purchasing our product. That would be the best indicator for us so far. And then we hope to really get into the nitty-gritty this summer if we're in the accelerator. Yeah. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Faro. We'll be transitioning on to the next team. As I mentioned, you kind of forget how you do things, and so we brought the gong back. I know you were missing the gong, so the gong is back. For those of you who are on the socials, whether you are on Twitter or Instagram, Snapchat, or Facebook, feel free to go ahead and tag us at Trinity Entrep or at Trinity Entrepreneurship. And the hashtag for today's event is hashtag TU Stumberg. We're excited to have a rolling sort of announcements of people sort of mentioning hashtag TU Stumberg on social media. So if you are active on social media, looking at you students, please feel free to go ahead and tag us. Thank you. Next up, Pacific Debate Institute.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right. Oh, wait, I need the clicker. I'm not ready. That's not it. Okay, cool. Cool. Everybody ready? Great. 5:30 a.m., 6 days a week. That sounds like a college student's worst nightmare, but that is exactly what I've done this and last semester, coaching debate into China in order to gain the skills and forge the relationships necessary to create Pacific Debate Institute. Let's talk about what that is. We have 3 primary services that will inspire passion in our China-based students. The first are our summer 2-week-long camps. These serve as great entry points into English language public speaking, reading, and writing for our students to learn how to debate. Next, we have our semester-long coaching program, which focuses on individual and partnership-based long-term skill development. Lastly, we have our evidence services, which include evidence packets with scholarly sources about whatever topic they're debating about, and a proprietary database that will function as the Google for debate evidence for these students. Next, let's talk about our market. This is the most important statistic you will hear in this presentation. 60% of Chinese families spend more than 10% of their income annually on extracurricular activities. That indicates an extreme desire for holistic education for these students, one that we feel that PDI would be a great addition to. Let's talk about debate in China a little bit more specifically and why we chose that market. We chose China for 3 reasons. The first is the rapid growth of this market. In just 15 years, one of China's 3 major debate leagues has had 50,000 students compete in its events in 2016 alone. Debate also grew during COVID, meaning that because it became online, it's a lot more accessible, meaning that this market is even bigger than that statistic indicates. Second, I have honed this craft. I spent countless early mornings training, figuring out the best methods in order to coach these students to success. And the third thing is that these students have the most infectious drive in the world. They're so passionate about what they're learning about that those 5:30 a.m. mornings don't feel so early. Let's talk about how we're going to access this market. We have 3 primary ways. The first is by partnering with English language learning academies, who don't necessarily have the expertise in debate that we do, but understand the value that it has towards teaching English. Public speaking, researching, and writing are great in order to learn English and help their students really flourish. The second is that we plan to market on WeChat, which is the largest Chinese social media, like Facebook and Instagram combined. We can reach parent circles super easily there. Then we also want to encourage word-of-mouth marketing, because as you saw earlier, those parents genuinely care about how their students are doing and will recommend us to others. We have 4 primary advantages. The first is bundling. With our 3 services, we can allow for greater consumer perceptions of value by bundling those services together while selling more in bulk. Then our elite staff is sourced primarily from the American debate circuit, which offers a competitive advantage over those other companies because we're bringing new techniques into the market. Those new methods will be sourced through our training program, and also we will help our staff come to develop some of those new methods themselves. Lastly, our database represents a technological edge over our competition, along with advanced metrics that we will track on our students as well. We have 2 points of traction in the current market. One, we're on the summer course list for L&D Asia, one of Shanghai's premier English language learning academies with more than 1,000 potential clients. Next, we have more than 150 business-to-business contacts through a WeChat group that we've been added to with the premier debate organizations in China. How can your investment help? That's what you're wondering. We want to spend $1,500 on developing a professional-looking website that can serve as a home base for our camps and coaching platforms. Next, we want to spend $1,000 to help my co-founder develop the database that can be searched. Then we want to spend $500 buying 10-cent premium video conferencing accounts in order to host our camp and coaching sessions. Lastly, we want to save $2,000 for administrative costs like filing an LLC, talking to a lawyer so that we can reduce our liability, and saving some costs for this summer so in case anything goes wrong with our camps. With your investment, we will do 4 things. 1, we will host a 1-day boot camp session in order to gauge interest and develop best practices for our camp sessions. Then, in July, we hope to host the inaugural camp session while I'm working on the business aspect of this company at the Stumberg Accelerator. Then, we want to make our first B2B sale in August of evidence services. Lastly, in September, when the Chinese school year starts, we want to convert 10 or more of those camp students into coaching students. Your investment will generate $17,000 at a 35% profit margin for each camp session, along with $2,000 per month at a 25% margin for each coaching for our coaching sessions. Lastly, our evidence business is not really tested in the market yet because we're the only people doing this business-to-business sales technique, along with our innovative database being unique to us. Thank you so much for your time, judges.
Excellent job pitching. Yes. You crammed a lot into the presentation. I'm curious about the market size and a little bit more information on that, especially because you pointed out that statistic of parents, and you're talking about a B2B model. So I'm assuming maybe the schools, districts, if you could just dive into that
So we actually have two separate models, right? Our coaching and camp sessions are B2C, right? So we're selling direct to consumers, but we're also partnering with English language learning academies to get access to those consumers, right? The B2B aspect of our business comes with the evidence packets that we mentioned earlier and that database. We'll likely sell those in bulk subscriptions in order to get a lot of clients at one time. Does that answer your question?
A little bit. I'm also just curious about the size of that market and how much research you've been able to do.
Of course. Obviously, things are a little hard to figure out in China, but we saw that one league has 50,000 students. There are also millions of students in the English language learning academies that I mentioned, like just one of the hundreds or thousands of academies in China that we've partnered with that has 1,000 students. So we think that this is a massive market, and although it's hard to produce data on, I would be happy to explain a little bit more in detail at the booth later.
Follow-up to that. Do you have market sizing in the U.S. to just kind of give us a little bit of an idea of what?
Yeah, sure. So the largest two debate leagues in the U.S. had about 20,000 each participants, which is about 40,000 participants in the U.S. But that is larger in China, and there's more will to do extracurricular activities as well. Does that answer the question? Thank you.
I have questions on the database component.
Yeah.
How do y'all plan to aggregate all of the information that will be in there and then charge for that?
So in debate, there are these things called wikis where people post lots of debate evidence at once. We'll aggregate them from there, and we also have the source code from a similar database in order to create the database aspect. My co-founder, William Hong, currently has an internship at MIT for AI development, so he'll be leading the push on the database.
Does something like that exist right now? So first, it's not your content, it's that you're aggregating content,
Yes,
right?
we're aggregating content that is open source and free to use, right? First and foremost. And second, we would also say that this database does exist, but it is inaccessible within the Chinese market. Our database will be downloadable and very accessible for our clients.
Okay.
Quick question. If you have the distribution channels already through the WeChat group as well as some of the other partnerships that you have,
of course,
what's preventing you from just building a Wix website and going marketing directly to see if you had consumer traction?
Sure, great question. We want the help of the Stumberg entrepreneurship competition, not just for the capital, right? The Wix website I think would be hard to access within China, right? And we want to make something that is great and long lasting as opposed to a Wix site, which is perhaps a little lower in quality. We also need capital to help develop that database, along with the fact that we want the experience from the accelerator in order to really develop out the business aspect of this company. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess, though, if you've had experience, right, coaching in this capacity, and you have people that are already willing to participate, given the amount of people in China who are looking for these services, I guess I'm just trying to understand why,
sure.
Even if it doesn't look like a V1 or V2 website, what's preventing you from just developing the MVP and just shipping it out there?
Yeah, because we want to scale up now, right? We want something concrete that we can really build upon right this very minute, right? I feel like the Wix website really wouldn't attract the traction that we feel that a professionally made website would attract, right? Perhaps I've already purchased a domain and a hosting system and created a website that I didn't feel was quality enough for our consumers to trust, right? That's why I want to bring in a developer that can help us do all of that, alongside the fact that we want to have a payment processor integrated and accounts integrated so people can log in and people who aren't in our camps can't access that website. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand your perspective, yeah.
All right.
I have one last question.
Of course.
So I understand that you're already executing your business model. The curriculum, you wake up at 5:30 in the morning and you're already coaching? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. First of all, a great pitch, by the way.
Thank you.
And I guess, what's looming in the back of my head when you talk about that region of the world, and obviously I want to say this in the right way, have you thought about the political threats that may, target the censorship that can happen with a platform like this?
Sure, yeah. So let me do a little bit of background on this, right? The debate industry in China is currently legal as it stands. In 2020 or in 2021, there was a law passed that restricted some of the ability for people to do educational services into China, right? But that law only applies to its core test, right? Its core test that is similar to the ACT or SAT in the US, right? And there are some cultural considerations, but as of now, debate is completely legal and for the most part unregulated in China. If you want to stop by my booth and we can have a more in-depth conversation about this later, I would love to have that. But I think that's all the time I have, correct?
Join me in thanking PDI.
Fantastic. We'll let the judges finish up their scoring. As a reminder, hashtag TU Stumberg, and we've got great comment cards to be able to provide comments back to all of our teams. Next up, there we go, Ranged Regenerator.
Not yet, we wait for the judges. You're doing great.
Judge, you ready? Excellent. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is AJ Bishop, and I'm with the Range Regenerator. Each year, nearly 2 million patients make physician visits for rotator cuff injuries, while at any given point in time, between 18 to 26% of the U.S. adult population is experiencing shoulder pain, making this one of the most common injuries for Americans. Typically, there are 5 approaches to dealing with these injuries, and the Range Regenerator should be included in the standard of care for all of them. If the injury is minor, then a non-operative approach can be used for the patient, but in almost all other cases, surgical intervention will be needed to repair the shoulder. However, these surgeries aren't as effective as you may think, as according to the National Center for Biotechnology, 20% of medium tears, 40% of large tears, and up to 60% of massive tears will result in a re-tear within the first 15 months after surgery. The lack of effective treatment options are the reason that we come to you today with the Range Regenerator. The Range Regenerator is a patent-protected product that features 2 uniquely sized arches and a separate collar affixed upon each arch with the option to upgrade to weighted collars. Patients simply grip the collar and move it along the arch in a slow, controlled motion, working the 4 rotator cuff muscles in coordination with the scapula. The patient has complete control over this motion to ensure that there's no risk of overexertion and no need for physician supervision while using the device. Abraham Valdez is the inventor of the Range Regenerator. He's a United States Army veteran and certified as a spinal decompression therapist who invented the device while working at a clinic specializing in rehabilitating employees who were injured on the job. Abe didn't have the access to the resources to get his invention patented, so he partnered with a faculty member at UT Health San Antonio in order to do so. Then in 2019 and 2021, the first and second patents were issued to the Board of Regents of the University of Texas System and Abe himself. Abe also knew he didn't have the time or the business acumen to bring his product to market, so he reached out to Trinity University, where he was put in touch with Neha Kapoor, who immediately jumped on the product. However, Neha had already accepted a job offer for after she graduates this May, so she went looking on campus for a partner to help her operate the business long term, which is where I came in. I saw the patents, Neha's familiarity with this competition, and I've always wanted to start my own business like my dad did, so I declined the internship offer I had and decided to dedicate myself fully to Range Rehab. Range Rehab is the parent company of the Range Regenerator and will be entering into an exclusive options agreement with UT Health to begin manufacturing and selling the product. At the expiration of that options agreement in 1 year, we will renegotiate a perpetual exclusive licensing agreement to continue using the product. Simply put, we'll have 2 target markets with this device. First will be post-surgery patients, and second will be ongoing recovery patients with 3 sales channels to meet them. First will be commercial sales to physical therapy and occupational therapy practices, as well as gyms, athletic centers, hospitals, and surgery centers. Second will be wholesaling to authorized sellers, which will often be our commercial clients. And third will be direct to the end user via our website, rangerehab.com. We'll be closing up the options agreement with UT Health in the next couple of weeks and plan on using that and the Stumberg funding to begin manufacturing and testing our device throughout the remainder of the semester before we begin selling to our commercial segment throughout the summer accelerator program. We're currently accepting applications for someone to join our team, as Neha will be transitioning out to an advisory board member position. Then we'll prepare for the Stumberg final round and plan on using that funding to increase our manufacturing capabilities and open up our website for end user sales. After I graduate in December, we'll start wholesaling the device, and throughout 2023, we'll continue to expand our manufacturing capacity as demand increases. The Range Regenerator is very simple to produce, as it only takes wood, PVC pipe, and foam, and we've already partnered with an engineering student here at Trinity to begin setting up the baseline manufacturing process. We estimate that on a small-scale production level, it'll cost about $10 per unit to produce, and based on our market research and consumer willingness to pay for rehabilitation products, we'll be able to price the device for $179. If funded, we've already allocated 20% of the funds to go to UT Health for the first-year options agreement. Then we've also accounted for funding to go to LLC formation, website design, final prototyping, and then manufacturing as demand increases. The effectiveness of the Range Regenerator speaks for itself. As you can see this injured trucker's testimonial here, Abe began actively using the Range Regenerator as part of his treatment regimens for shoulder patients, and this particular patient saw a significant increase in their strength and range of motion while significantly decreasing their pain level after a mere 2 weeks of using the device. I am the co-CEO of Range Rehab with Neha Kapoor, who will be graduating in May this year with a degree in Business Analytics, Global Supply Chain Management, and Entrepreneurship. After she graduates, she'll be starting a job with McKinsey & Company. And then, as I mentioned earlier, my name is AJ Bishop. I earned my associate's degree from Elgin Community College prior to enrolling at Trinity University as a finance student, and I'll be graduating in December of this year. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd like to open up the floor for questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Awesome presentation. Just first question that came to mind, have you been able to prove that you can reduce utilization of surgery from patients that have used this product? Because the thought process is payers, right, health insurance companies, would be very interested in reimbursing for a product like this if you can prove that you can reduce utilization of residential services related to MSK issues.
So right now, we can't necessarily reduce the risk of surgery or the likelihood of surgery, but something that you might have seen earlier, what we talked about was I would have, like a patient said, I would have loved to have my insurance company pay for this so I can continue using it. So our end goal within the next couple of months or maybe within the next year is to see if there's some kind of insurance billing code that we can get created. That way we can continue giving access to the Range Regenerator to patients that need it at home beyond that.
And Oh, you
Go ahead.
Okay, so a lot of times with these shoulder surgeries, they result from traumatic injuries. So if you suffer a traumatic injury, you're going to need the surgery regardless. The point of this device is to help in the rehabilitation process post-surgery so that you are less likely to have a re-tear, as we spoke of earlier.
Got it. So have you been able to prove that you could prevent a re-tear?
We haven't been able to prove we've prevented re-tear, but Abe began using the product for 2 years in his clinic, and patients saw a significant increase in their strength and range of motion. Their pain level went down, and one of the main tests for shoulder recovery is how long you can hold your arm up.
Sure.
And all of his patients would see a significant increase in that length of time just from using the device.
So you have those outcomes?
Absolutely, and we'd be happy to show you them. They were taken from start to finish, and it was about 2 weeks of treatment.
As a former athlete, I understand how prevalent this injury is, and not only in athletics, car accidents, you name it. What is the sales traction like today? Are you actively selling that prototype? Is that just for showing? What has that sales traction been like?
Yeah, we haven't began sales yet. Our plan is to start selling over the summer. We're working with an engineer in the makerspace right now to perfect our prototype here so that we can create a process for scale to be able to easily produce this in the makerspace. And then, so our plan over the summer would be to use the makerspace to produce these, and then I will go out and sell during the day for the Summer Accelerator program.
And right now, the product is actually being used at Abe's clinic. So patients are using it as part of their treatment regimen.
Wow, great job.
You said you had kind of a B2C component, or you were going to go direct to consumer, I believe, right?
Yeah.
If there's 2 million injuries like this a year, that's actually quite a small market, right? On the direct to consumer, what's your plan for target market there?
Yeah, so our plan would be initially to go B2B to the physical therapy practices, and then patients, once they finish their treatment regimen, their initial treatment regimen at that physical therapy practice, then they'd want to go purchase one for at-home use for continuing use. So even though it is only 2 million people per year, shoulder injuries are often a long-term problem for people. So this would be in accordance with all of those 2 million people each year. So then they'd purchase this for their at-home use and continue using it afterwards.
So can you clarify what's being used right now in therapy versus your prototype? Is he using something that's just like this?
He's using almost the exact same version of this currently in his practice. This is still something that we just remade it, and then it's just being tweaked a little bit right now. But the device that he owns, or we have the patent for, is the device that he's using in the clinics right now.
So as you're testing it in the clinics right now, and as you continue to move forward with all the testing and getting more prototypes out there, what are the different metrics you're looking at what kind of data, metrics you're tracking, data you're going to be collecting to prove the value, prove the price point, prove all of your assumptions at this point?
So like I said, we've been collecting information from the patients that have been using it. So typically we look at a baseline range of motion, how long they can hold up their hand with no pain, things like that, and then rechecking after 2 weeks. The goal as we move forward would be to increasing that volume of patients that we do that with, and then keeping track of that data, but then also going back for extended use, so beyond the 2 weeks, how are patients improving over time, and using that to adapt the product.
Thank you so much, Range Regenerator. Thank you so much, Range Regenerator. As the judges are beginning to prepare the end of their scoring, we're getting ready to bring on the next team. Next up is going to be Safelet. That's forward, that's back.
Okay.
Judges, are you ready? Safely, are you ready?
Yes.
Begin your paper.
When I was a kid, I was constantly losing track of where my parents were to the point where they almost put me on a leash like a dog. But does this child look happy? No, and this is why the idea of SafeLit was created.
While the leash is clearly not the solution, there is a serious problem. 460,000 kids go missing in the United States each year, 5,000 of which are kidnapped. And imagine if one of your kids was one of those 460,000. SafeLit is here to solve this problem.
SafeLit is creating a safer environment for families with a location tracking bracelet, which serves as an extra measure of safety and also a fashion accessory for the children. The bracelet will have an embedded tracker, which then connects to our app and then gives the parents or guardians live location of the child.
As Ellie said, along with the physical product of our bracelet, we will have a smartphone app that parents and guardians can use to track their child's live active location, their child's location history, as well as set boundaries for their child using geofencing.
Our website has two main purposes. First being to use as an educational platform for parents to teach them about situational awareness and their public surroundings, whether they're bringing their child to an amusement park over the summer or taking them to the grocery store every weekend, and also to sell our product.
Our go-to-market plan is to use the following 4 social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube to get the word out about SafeLit. We chose these platforms because they all reach a wide range of audiences. TikTok especially has been super successful for other startups. We also want to reach out to parent bloggers and parent influencers to get the word out about our product.
For our customer segments, we plan to reach out to families and friends who match our early target adopter market, and these people will consist of parents and guardians who are hyper aware of the child's safety.
Our 2 main competitors are the GeoBit, which is by Life360, which is a tracking device about the size of an AirPod case that parents have to physically attach to their child. Our other competitor is the Gab phone, which is a simple starter phone that is designed to be like the first phone a child gets.
Here's our competitive analysis chart. As you can see in the far left-hand corner, we have all the features, and SafeLit has all of them. Next, on the middle column, we have the Gab phone, which only has 1 feature, and the GeoBit by Life360 only has 2 features, while SafeLit has all of them.
Our preliminary cost estimates are limited as we have not designed or produced our own technology yet. However, we have done research on similar technologies, such as the Bluetooth Low Energy trackers. You can produce 100,000 units of BLE trackers for only $24, which is very cheap. And we also know that rubber bracelets and rubber products in general are cheap to produce. Because of this, we predict that it'll be cheap to produce and manufacture SafeLit.
So after conducting our customer discovery, After conducting our customer discovery, we have decided to price the bracelet at $30 per unit. After the initial purchase of 1 bracelet, there will be a subscription cost, which will be our reoccurring revenue, and we will have 2 plans. As of right now, we have the family and the basic plan.
With the $5,000, we plan to first hire an engineer. Once this person has joined our team, we would like to work with them to design and produce our first prototype. With additional funds, we want to start building our website and our app, rebranding our logo, and then put any costs towards legal reasons. We talked a lot about SafeLit as a whole, so let us tell you now a bit about us. I'm Clara Smart, one of the co-founders of SafeLit. I'm from Dripping Springs, Texas. I'm a first year here at Trinity, and I plan to double major in environmental studies and business with a minor in Spanish.
My name is Ellie Curran. I am also a co-founder of SafeLit. I am a first year here at Trinity, and I am also from Dripping Springs, Texas. I plan on majoring in marketing or HR and minor in entrepreneurship. We'd also like to mention that we are currently looking for an engineering or computer science student here at Trinity that is interested in joining SafeLit.
Ellie and I both have a lot of experience in childcare, and because of this, we know the importance of child safety, and we are also aware of the issues surrounding it. And we believe that SafeLit is the solution. Thank you.
How is the Apple AirTag not one of your competitors?
So the Apple AirTag is a little bit different, so it's more geared towards putting it on accessories or backpacks. And something that differentiates us from them is that they use other AirTags near them, similar to Tile. They use Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, and they ping each other to find the location, whereas we want to use GPS or cellular, so that it's constantly pinging towers, and so you can find the child's location. For example, with Apple AirTags or your AirPods, if you ever lose them, and you're like, okay, let me look on the app and see where my AirPods are last found. It'll say, your AirPods have last been found at this location 3 hours ago. And we don't want that for the child. We want their live location at any point in time, so that is what differentiates us from AirTags.
Also, our target market and audience is younger kids who wouldn't have phones, and the AirTag is more designed for using tagging and tracking devices that are older, and it would be hard to use for a child who doesn't have a phone or something to tag it with.
It's good to see you again, Ellie. I'm wondering what kind of customer discovery you guys have done up to this point. Who have you talked to? What kind of questions have you asked them? And what kind of information from that really led to the proposed solution, and any kind of just things from that, the discovery?
So we currently have reached out to families and friends who have children, and since we both also, like you mentioned, are involved with childcare, with nannying and babysitting, we ask our families that we watch, and then we also, her mom is a teacher, and so.
Yeah, because my mom's a teacher, I've have a lot of connections with parents who have kids, so we reached out to a lot of people, and just we asked, most of our questions were about what are their biggest concerns with child safety, what do they currently do to make sure their child is safe, and similar questions to that. So, yeah.
Were there any interesting ways that they're trying to solve this problem today?
Most of the people said they just used their eyes and just made sure that they were always kept track of them, which obviously is not a foolproof solution. So that was the majority of the response.
When y'all are able to manufacture or produce this product, what's your plan? I know your marketing plan for how to get the word out, but how do you plan on selling it?
As Ellie said, we plan to use our website mainly to do straight to consumers, but we haven't entirely figured that out yet.
So adding on to that, so since our website is an informational platform as well, we're hoping that when parents are looking up, how do I keep my child safe? It'll bring them to the informational platform of informing them how to keep their child safe, and then it'll also bring them to our product.
How do you prevent kids from taking the band off?
So something we have looked into is, if you know the child safety locks on cabinets with magnets, we're looking into possibly adding that into the bracelet. So on the cabinets, you need a specific magnet to unlock the cabinet. So the same with the bracelet, you would need a magnet as a parent to be able to take the bracelet off for the child.
Like a key of sorts. And we've also considered adding in sort of chain link into the rubber so that it would be hard to cut off if it was a kidnapping situation, as well as just making it a complicated design that young children wouldn't know how to unclasp something. So.
How did you come up with the pricing for the app? And do you have to use the app for it to be a functional item?
You do need to use the app as it is how you would track the location. And the main purpose for what the cost we put up is based on our customer discovery questions. A lot of the part of the questions we asked were how much you'd be willing to pay to feel secure about your child's location, as well as how much you are willing to pay for other subscriptions, and do you like subscriptions, and questions about that. And we also base it off of similar apps that have revenue coming from subscriptions.
Another question that we asked was, what are you currently using and how much are you paying roughly currently for other ways to keep your child safe? So it kind of gave us a good meeting of figuring out how much they're kind of willing to pay without saying, how much are you willing to pay for a device to track your child?
I would just like to say that with a lot of nieces and nephews, I'd be your first customer if you don't have one yet. I really like the concept. I don't really have a question there.
Thank you.
We have reached the halfway point. Because we've reached the halfway point, we're going to give our judges a quick little break to go ahead and reset. So we'll be back after they get done with their adjudication with pitches in approximately sort of 3 to 5 minutes. So we'll be resuming with pitches again shortly, close to about 5:23 or so, right before 5:25. We'll be beginning again. Thank you so much. We'll be restarting now the judges have returned to the table. What's interesting about the next presentation is that while we have 10 teams competing for the Stumberg Prize, we actually have 11 concepts. And so the skeleton team will be presenting 2 startup concepts as part of the presentation. The first up is the Beat Band.
Do it. Hello? Hello. We're Skeleton, and our product is the Skeleton Beat Band. I was just wondering. Yeah. How are we? Okay, let's. The Skeleton Beat Band. So, I don't know how many of you are musicians, but for musicians, a really important tool is the metronome. And what it does is it helps you keep time. And it does that with a really loud clicking sound, kind of like this. And it's super annoying. I don't practice with a metronome because I hate it, and a lot of musicians don't like it. It's not good for group practice because if you're in an ensemble, some people won't want it. And if you're just practicing different pieces around other people, then you get a lot of crossover, and it'll mess up your rhythm. And also, you have to know what to set the metronome to before you practice. So you can only get one speed on it, and if you have a piece that changes tempo, that's no good. And also, it's not very accessible for deaf people, and specifically musicians that are drummers. They have tons of issues because drums are super loud and they can't hear the metronome. So our product is the Beat Band. What it is, it's a wearable metronome. It goes around your wrist. It's an autonomous unit. It doesn't have to connect to anything else. And it signals through vibration. So you don't have that loud noise. It's great for group practice because of this. It makes it more accessible to all musicians, really, because now drummers can use it, deaf people can use it, people with no ailments can use it. Everybody can feel the vibration and use this Beat Band. And it has a really cool mode. It has the beat syncing mode. It can listen to the music around you, and then it'll use signal processing to determine what the speed of the music is, and it'll automatically sync to it for you. So say that you're joining in an ensemble, or you have a tempo change, it'll keep up with what's going on, and it'll help you stay in beat with everybody else. So, there's over 16,000 professional musicians in the US, and 74% of adults and even more children have been estimated to play an instrument at some point in their lives. So there's tons of musicians out there. It's not like there's like 10 people that this product's gonna go to. There's tons of people that play instruments, and especially the amateurs, more than anybody, need these metronomes, because they're kind of bad. So, this wasn't on our slide. So there's $39 billion in musical instrument revenue per year, and this keeps increasing every year. It hasn't ever shown a decline, and $18 billion of that is in accessories alone. So there's a huge market for it. Our target audience is that we want to go to student musicians in San Antonio specifically to start. We want to build a base with local musicians, get them to try it, and get a name for ourselves, have it spread through word, and build our base that way. So, our Beat Band, it uses a microprocessor paired with a clock, an electronic clock, about 3 gigahertz, to control the frequency of the vibration. And what this essentially means is that it's going to be highly accurate to the beats that you put in. This part's a bit technical, so bear with me. It uses an LED display that'll show you like the beats per minute you're at. So say you input it at 90, it'll show you 90 so you don't forget. And if you have it in the syncing mode, it'll tell you what you're at. So even if you just want to know what a piece of music is going at, you can turn it on and look at it real quick and it'll tell you. And it's going to have a button interface so that you can move the beats per minute up or down, activate the syncing mode, turn it off, or turn off the Beat Band in general because you don't want it vibrating all the time. So, for the syncing mode, it's going to have a microphone that's going to pick up on the audio. It's going to use signal processing to determine change in frequencies, which just means when you're playing different notes. And it's going to use that to figure out what beat you're playing at. So, for our business, we're focused on growth right now. We want to get as much money into it as we can to start development. We're at the very early stages, so growth is really important. We're estimating to sell at $50. We want to initially have 50% go to production of the device, and then 20% for marketing costs. And then as we expand, we want the production costs to go down. We can expect to get that down to below $10. So to get it into the market, we have two strategies. We want to use a website where people can purchase directly from us. That'll give us a wider range of people to have access to us. And then we also want to go to local music stores initially and try and get that carried on shelves so we can get that local outreach and start building our base. So competition. There's no other metronome that has this syncing mode. There's nothing on the market for it. The closest competitor that we have, I can't remember the name now, it was like the Seeker something. It's a smartwatch metronome that goes on your wrist. It's about $130, which is very expensive for a metronome. And it doesn't do much else besides a normal metronome. It has the vibrating feature, it doesn't have the syncing mode, and it has all these extra bells and whistles that are unnecessary. So we plan on undercutting that, doing a lot more simple design so that we can make it more accessible to people. And then also we want to have a product that can be used by everybody, all types of musicians. And so there's no patents that are currently taking up this space, so we want to get in there, get our product patented, and protect it as soon as we possibly can. We have a group of 4 engineers, 3 electrical, 1 mechanical, which gives us a really diverse background to work on this product, and it lets us manage development and prototyping on our own to help save money so that when we get money from Stumberg, we can use some more of it to work on patenting instead of just our prototyping. And then that also gives us money to set aside to help file for our LLC. Thank you.
I have a question. What's the average price of a metronome right now? Just a standard one.
There's different apps you can have. Those are typically free, but they come with ads and stuff. Typically, you can get like a box metronome for $15 to $20 with no frills, just basic metronome, clicks when you want it to.
I love the idea, but I am a little curious about the one that's out on the market now, because I was Googling, going, does something else exist? Would you explain that it doesn't sync and this one does, and why their technology hasn't gotten there, and how you guys think you can do that?
So their focus, I think, is more on they want a watch that you wear normally, and then if you're a musician, you can just transfer it into the metronome mode, so it's kind of like you get 2 for 1 type deal. Ours specifically, it's going to be designed for, it's going to lean a little bit more towards amateur musicians, not that senior musicians couldn't benefit from it, but it's going to provide a more like hands-on, like it's going to help you keep in beat, learn how to do that with music. And I don't think many metronomes have used it because it's a bit more coding intensive than most metronomes. Like a normal metronome, you could sit down in a few hours and have the code needed to run that done already. But this is going to be more intensive, but once you've done it once, you can just upload it to all of your products. And it's definitely within the realm of possibility, but I believe that's why other products haven't done it yet.
Thank you.
How standard or how popular is it for for musicians to use the technology to stay on beat, whether it's just practicing? So you speak about an amateur. Are they out there going out and buying these metronome systems for themselves right now? Does that happen? Do a lot of musicians do that?
Yes, so a metronome is like a standard device. When I first joined band, it was 6th grade, my band director was like, buy a metronome, you're gonna practice with a metronome, that's how you get better. I started taking private lessons, he was like, do you use your metronome? I said no, and I got yelled at. It's a very standard piece of equipment, and it's one of like this, it's known that if you wanna get better at staying in time, you have to use it, because people will think that they're in time, but you're always fluctuating, and the metronome keeps you on beat. So it's a very standard piece of equipment, yes. Almost all musicians use it.
Just a quick follow-up. If I'm in a band and I play one instrument versus another person who plays a different instrument, we're going at different metronome paces or beats. Is that something that ever happens? And this is a sound, the problem is a sound that is really disruptive to the practicing, right?
So what you could do for groups like that is you could play like a metronome from your phone first, have your all your bands on to sync to it, turn the metronome off, and now they're all synced to the same beat at the same rhythm, and then you can go play and have it off of syncing mode, just running at that beat, and you all have the same beat that you want to use.
Okay.
How do you plan on driving traffic to your website?
So we're doing market research right now, but one of our ideas is to use targeted Instagram ads, because that's kind of the demographic we want to get to, is younger people that are using, that are more prone to using social media, but using ads to try and draw people in on those platforms.
You modeled out the unit economics of your customer acquisition cost, your lifetime value when thinking about those ads?
We have not done that yet, no.
How many musicians, school, teacher musicians, group musicians have you spoken with, and what was some of the feedback on this so far?
So we mostly just talked to Trinity students about it and stuff, our peers, and every single one that we've talked to that's been a musician has been that's a great idea. A lot of them love the silent feature of it. They don't like the vibration. In fact, I never thought about the drummer when I first came up with this pitch. And then a few days ago, somebody came up to me and asked about it, and I told them about it, and they're like, that's fantastic. I'm a drummer. I can never hear the metronome. I've never practiced with one before. And so every musician we've talked to has seen a use for it in their own practicing.
One last question, if I have a time, is what are the areas that you most feel like you need help with if you move forward with this idea this summer?
So being 4 engineers, our biggest issue is we don't know that much about the business side. Every time that we've done a practice pitch for this competition, we've learned something new about it. Somebody will ask a question, we'll be like, that's a great question. We can't answer that. We've never even thought about it before. We didn't know this was a thing. So as we go on, that's the part that we're going to be looking to focus on the most, is learning the market, learning how to maneuver in the market, read the economics and stuff like that.
For the judge, as we wait for the judges, they will all remain on stage uncomfortably as you stare at them. Feel free to go ahead and take a picture of them for your social media, and don't forget to use the hashtag #TUStumberg. You see, I did that, right? So they'll be coming up next with with a really interesting light mounting system that'll be followed up as well for their next pitch. So Skeleton is back with another idea.
Thank you. What is his name? Oh my goodness, I can't think of it. Person. Then after that, I was like, whatever, we'll go with it. But that was a mistake. That was a big mistake. I think I ended up being a lot more comfortable. We switched. This is the one that wasn't working.
Yeah, that one was clipping in and out. This one was.
All right, keep it on.
I was about to speak into the mic. The mic too. Hello. That one. Yeah. Hopefully he'll control our volume a little bit. His mic, that mic is very loud. This one is fine.
Honestly, I feel like both of those are so good.
Really?
I feel like honestly, we have a really good chance of
I feel like
if we only did one of these, we would still have like 90% chance.
This is our money idea right here. You gotta come on.
Yeah, come on.
I'll try to pop
some steam.
You ready for your next pitch? Yes. Why not? Let's do it. All right. Working? Hear me? Okay. Oh, hello. So, as y'all just heard, we're a skeleton. And first off, who here has one of these? Carry them around every day. Never leave without it, right? And while these are really great, and they've been used a lot in the past 20 years or so, just ever increasing, and with 5G even more, this has led to hundreds of thousands of cell towers being put up just in the US alone. And this is, This is great, but the problem with this is that all of these require aircraft warning lights so that planes don't hit them in low visibility or at night. And currently the solution to maintaining and changing these lights out are humans climbing these up physically and changing them themselves. As you can see here, even in San Antonio here ourselves, we had an incident where you had to rescue someone from a tower. It's very dangerous. Obviously, it's a lot to pay because you have to compensate them for the extreme danger they're going through, and it takes a lot of time for a human to climb multiple hundred feet in the air. So, our solution addresses this by preventing the climbing as much as we possibly can. This is through the use of drones and our secure mounting system that would allow a drone to do all the replacement and maintenance for you. So this addresses the safety issue, obviously, by limiting the amount of times people even have to climb the tower. It makes it cheaper because you don't have to pay for that extra risk and time, and more time efficient because, again, it takes a long time for a human to climb multiple hundred feet up in the air versus just sending a drone up. All right, so market validation, as I said before, as of 2016, there were 220,000 towers in the US alone, just cell towers. Recently, because of 5G, that number is just under 500,000. And on the safety aspect, which is something we want to focus on heavily because obviously it's a business, but it's here to make things safer and easier. Around 10 climbers every year die, which again doesn't seem like a huge number when you think of everyone in the US, but we don't think it should be something that is just left when it could be easily addressed. So market size monetary-wise, the average salary of a cell tower climber is about $40,000 a year, and there's around 15,000 in the US, again, as of a couple years ago. So putting these together, we get a market total value spent per year of about 600 million. And our product, and more details about our solution, we're in the prototype CAD phase right now. This is our 3D model of it. As you can see, this bottom portion here would be permanently mounted at the tower. It would require one climbing only, and after that, you could replace the light with a drone. That's that top piece. It's flat right now on the top because you could substitute whatever light necessary on top of there. But basically, it would allow the drone to pick up and remove and bring back down the light so that they could change it just manually at the bottom and fly it back up and mount it easier. So, as our business model and things, we have two ideas for this. Individually, if it's just one building who does its own lights or one tower who doesn't really contract out, we'll give them the technology. For our estimates assume about $700 total to be able to make this and sell it. And the other option is businessing, which is going out to maintenance companies who already do these tower light changes and offering our services for a portion of their profits. So as to getting this out to market and getting it to this business phase, we had three ideas, which one was getting government contracts with government buildings and towers because they regulate a lot. The second was to approach city officials because obviously this is a safety concern, and so if we have an idea for this, we think city officials would help a lot. But our main focus moving forward initially is going to be reaching out to these already well-constructed maintenance companies and offering our services, offering our safety for a percentage of their profits using our technology. As for competition, frankly, there is nothing like it. We're the first doing anything that is remotely close to addressing this in the effect that we are. Obviously, as I mentioned before, there's traditional climbing, which is very dangerous, expensive, and time-consuming. The only solution offered currently is a rail system. You can think of train tracks that go all the way up the tower. While this, in the end, ends up making things safer and quicker, it takes a lot of people and a lot of time and a lot of money just to install that, multiplied by the amount of towers needed. Not very effective. Ours offers all solutions to this by making it cheaper with the smaller interface, making it quicker, again it's smaller, only takes one person to install, and safer. So again, we mentioned briefly our team before. We are well suited to tackle this because we all have backgrounds in things that are applicable to this. We're all engineers, I'm mechanical, we have 3 electrical. So using funds from this, we would not have to outsource for these things. We could just design and manufacture it ourselves with our experience and knowledge of relevant topics. That being said, thank you very much, and we'll answer questions.
Have you thought about adding in the actual service that has somebody doing the drone and connecting it so that you have regular income coming in from that as well?
Yes, so I didn't sorry, I forgot to mention that. Our main business strategy going forward and starting initially would be to try to do the drone. I have contact with the drone company, and when scaling up, we would like to offer our things as a service to these companies. So we would subcontract the drone operators ourselves past that point. Did that answer your question? Okay.
So have you done research on how much money they currently spend on this issue as far as the maintenance of these bulbs, how often they need to get changed, how much are they already, just overall, just kind of that market?
Yeah, so as of how often they need to be changed, while there's not too much federal regulation on the amount of time between changings, if you let a light go for too long and it goes out, there can be very bad implications there, including fines and just safety as a general. If you have a tower without a light on it, there's planes flying nearby, it's very dangerous. So general maintenance companies that I have seen recently have generally about a year-long time between maintenance. So they'll go up and they'll change or check on the light once per year.
How long would it take you to get a functional prototype in place?
So looking at the technology needed, it's pretty simple and things that from internships and work before shouldn't be too out of our reach. So we think we should be able to have a working prototype, not even by the end of the summer, like halfway roughly through our accelerator program if we were to move forward.
Including the drone too?
The drone, sorry, I guess I didn't specify this. The drone interface could be used with pre-existing drones. So that's why our proprietary technology would just be that mounting system that then you could utilize other drones that are already made in the market, so we don't have to worry about making a drone. It's that mounting interface that no one has produced or really thought of for this that we would be making, and then we would be subcontracting the drone operators and owners.
Got it. Thank you.
I noticed in your prototype, so help me understand this, that top was flat, right?
Yes.
So a light goes on top of that.
Yes.
Can't a gust of wind knock that off?
Well, okay.
Which, I mean, wouldn't be a bad thing for y'all, because then you just go, but.
This was more of a simplified model. Basically, just the interface to the light and the positive and negative terminals would be on that top part, and the light would be able to be mounted physically to it. The reason it's flat is because there's different kinds of lights for different regulations and different buildings and different heights. Okay. And so just as a general model, as our first one, obviously, as I said before, we're like just starting out and we're new. So it's flat right now, but that's more of just to accompany the fact that there will be different lights that could be attached. And so they won't be just sitting, they'll be physically attached. It's just simplicity in the model.
I have a question. The problem, it seems as if this product primarily targets safety.
Yes.
I just want some more information on how real is the danger. I understand people could fall, so that's very real. But is there any quantitative data on the number of accidents that happen per year?
Accidents, I do not have the number off the top of my head. I just have the around 10 deaths on average per year. And the other factor is safety is the main component looking at it, but that safety also affects other things. So if you have something that's very unsafe, you have to pay them a lot. And so that's like most climbers are a couple thousand per hour, whereas drone pilots are a couple hundred. So it's not only a safety factor, but it affects the pricing of the solution as well.
I know that OSHA has it rated as one of their most dangerous jobs available. I think it was, what, top 3?
Yeah, I think it was 2 or 1.
It was one of the top ones. Yeah. So like up there with like, like underwater welding, things that are really dangerous. It's up there with them. So.
Because when 10 out of 15,000 die, that's not very good numbers. No. Thank you very much.
We are in the home stretch. 3 teams to go. Judges are putting together their scores for this last team. Next up will be recap.
Technology's weird.
Gotcha. I'll handle that. What? You want to handle it?
Yeah, I'll handle it. You should.
Huh? Oh, aim that way. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
I guess we're waiting on them, right?
We are indeed. Our logo's so cute. Look at the cute little recap. I'm recap. I am this company. Lower the mic. This low.
Make sure they can see the thing.
I
usually find
close. But I'm recap though.
Everyone ready? All right.
Yes, we
Yes, sir.
are. Hi, I'm Ashwin, and we're Recap. So, as college students, we're not really good at budgeting our money. And I'm sure when you guys were in college, you weren't really all that great either. Being a college student while also managing your money is difficult. But it's not just a college student problem. In fact, as you can see, 14 million millennials are making $100,000 a year, but are still living paycheck to paycheck. There's a problem there. So, what can you do about it? Well, enter Recap, a free finance application funded by sponsorships, data, and affiliate programs. Our goal is to help you manage your money better than any other app on the market. We accomplish this goal by sort of attacking bad budgeting on two fronts. On one side, we give you a little more breathing room in your budget by actively cutting down your grocery costs. And on the flip side, we help you increase the efficiency of your budgeting. So, how do we actively cut down your grocery costs? Well, we utilize a massively untapped resource, coupons. Believe it or not, over $400 billion are lost every year due to unredeemed coupons. Recap makes utilization of said coupons pretty easy via an automatic price comparing shopping list that finds the perfect combination of coupons to make your overall price as low as it can get. So, now you have a cut grocery bill. It's helpful, but it doesn't really tackle the overall problem of bad budgeting. Recap can also help with that. By applying the most recent advances in AI to your financial data, Recap will give you personalized tips and suggestions to let you know how to be more efficient in how you budget. Now, this does raise the question, can other financial applications like Mint or Simplify also do this? Well, as you can see here, while those other financial applications do offer a budgeting service, their actual scope of data they have to work with is quite limited because they're narrow focused on bank transactions. Not only that, but Recap, meanwhile, has the ability to get the item information found within receipts, which has a wider scope of data to get better and more rich analysis. Not only that, but other applications generally offer those personalized tips that we were talking about previously.
Hi, I'm Max, and I'm here to talk about marketing and data. Our plan begins here. Sorry, clicker, that's complicated. There we go. Our plan begins here in San Antonio, marketing towards college students and then scaling up from there. And so, over the past month, we've been polling our local audience, testing if this is a viable plan. And the results we found have been eye-opening. 95% of our target audience does not use our biggest competitor. 83% would be using coupons all the time, if only it cost them less effort. And most importantly of all, almost half of our audience is absolutely terrible at budgeting. Now, an app needs users, so we currently aim to have 200 early adopters by September for beta testing, and we're already over a fourth of the way there. So how do we get more users? We currently have 4 means of user acquisition: word of mouth, social media, targeted advertising, and our referral program. But now let's talk finance. 1 year after release, we will have 3 sources of revenue. We will have advertisements, referrals, and data brokers. And on the other side of things, our operating expenses will come from 2 sources, API licenses and serverless cloud space. Additionally, because we know the majority of our revenue will be going towards user acquisition, we've gone ahead and lumped that in with. Now, these are great goals, but how do we actually get there?
Hi, I'm Joey, and I'll be talking about development. We already have a prototype of our application's core functionality built on Amazon Web Services. We can currently take a receipt from Target, scan it, and pull detailed information about each individual item from the receipt. Additionally, we have a fully built-out mock-up of our app's UI to speed up our development process. Come October, you'll be able to try our beta. And between now and then, we're going to focus our development on a few key things. The first is replicating what we did with Target with other major retailers, as well as adding support for stores that don't necessarily include universal product codes on their receipts. Secondly, we plan to take this time to develop our price optimization algorithm to have the shopping list ready to go on day 1. Lastly, we plan to make intuitive design central to our development process. Our app does a lot and provides you with a lot of complex information, and making the information as easy to understand as possible is a big priority for us. Should we progress to the next round, we plan to spend $2,000 on development and $3,000 to kickstart our marketing and user acquisition campaign. Thank you so much for your time. We're Recap. That was fast.
Any questions?
Super competitive space. Can you tell us a little bit more about your plans for user acquisition?
So currently, we are going to be aiming first towards college students. As we stated, we're going to be aiming in the San Antonio region. This is kind of going to be a test for us almost. And after that, over the summer, we're going to begin talking towards marketing companies that specialize in mobile app distribution. That's most of the conceptual work that we've done so far. And then after that, we're going to follow their advice, most likely, and then try to spread from there.
Okay, so follow-up question to that, because your revenue model depends on being able to sell data in part.
Absolutely.
And they don't want data if you've got a small sample size. So when does that kick in?
Yes, so we've been talks with marketing people, and we found that around 20,000 data points, which roughly, because each user has multiple data points, especially with our app, each user has a lot more data points than any other app would have because of our access to rich data. So each app has a lot of data points, but once we reach 20,000 about, then we can, data brokers will be more interested in us. And that also, we also can apply that data in more unique ways. For instance, we can detect like dietary changes. We can detect health concerns. We can detect those kind of really specific things, which makes us really enticing to data brokers.
I will also add on real quick, it will only take us 200 users and 4 months to be at full functionality data-wise, to reach 20,000 data points.
Thank you, guys.
So I heard you guys talk about scanning in grocery receipts. What other types of spending are you encouraging them to scan in, and is that an ability?
So we currently prioritize receipts from, we currently prioritize receipts from retail stores, but we also support receipts from restaurants and fast food locations as well. These can pull a little bit less detailed information, but there is still value in those receipts, especially for a couple of features involving tracking like reimbursements and things like that.
Yeah. We'd be happy to explain more at the booth.
I'm just thinking, I have a Trinity graduate, and his budgeting problems weren't related to the grocery store.
That's a valid point. So taking the data, we will then be recommending stuff like, okay, you buy this item every month. Here's a sale coming up. You can buy in bulk here and then save like $20 compared to if you bought the same for the rest of the year. So it's using the analytics to then help people spend less money preventatively.
Yeah, essentially, we'll use the data from We'll also be able to scan like bank transactions, so we can get like student loans or other kind of data like that. And using those analytics, we'll be able to provide you with more ways to save, basically saying, hey, you can switch to this student loan plan. We can do this or this or this to help you manage your budget. We have the mentality that to reach your budgeting goals better, it's the little things that count. It's the dime and the nickel here or there that will help you feel less burdened by your financial insecurity, or yeah.
This sounds like an exhausting effort if I was scanning stuff in. And so how do you incentivize somebody to really use this? What's the carrot?
So we completely agree, and that was one of the first issues we were trying to address when we went into designing this app. And so we actually reward the user, not only the first time, but the reward for uploading a receipt goes up and consecutively from the repeated amount of times you upload the receipt. And so we try to make it as integrated as possible. And on the design for the app, the camera is very much in the center bottom of the app user interface. And so these rewards come in the form of, I believe it's direct cash back that you get, if not a coupon, a gift card. And then there's also the option to donate to charity, I believe we were trying to implement. Did that answer the question? Okay.
I had a question I thought I heard you mention an API licensing model. Is that revenue? Are you going to be white labeling your technology?
API in terms of expenses, in order to pull bank transactions, we want to work with Plaid because there's a lot of very, very strict compliance issues that are very, very hard for startups to overcome. And companies like Plaid are able to allow you to, for a small fee, kind of get past that and access those bank transaction data in a secure way.
Thank you.
What's your process like for user testing?
We currently plan to release a beta out to 200 users in a very controlled way, where we can kind of interact with them frequently and get feedback on what's working, what's not, and kind of look towards what their needs are and develop further based on that.
And additionally, we have the users benefit central to the design process as well as being intuitive. We want to make sure the user feels at most at ease and excited to use the app. That we want them to almost kind of like a social media in a way. We want them to look forward to using the app.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Two teams left. As the judges are completing their materials, Overcome will be up next.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. All right, in this presentation, we're going to talk to you about why virtual reality is going to be the best thing to ever happen to group therapy, why we're the team to make it happen, and why now is perfect timing. A little bit about me. I have social anxiety, so I find it hard to be up here and to get out of my own head. I can't afford therapy because my insurance doesn't cover it. Even if I could get therapy, I'm very busy. I'm a student. I also work a lot. If I do have free time, I choose to spend it gaming because I feel more comfortable with my online community than interacting in person. So I started looking for the most cost-effective option I could find, and that is group therapy. As I looked into it, my excitement turned to worry.
There are a lot of problems with group therapy. The first one is that it's not anonymous. I would go to a session and there would be people from my exact same community who might know me, know my friends, and they would learn my name and my face. It's expensive. $40 to $60 a session is a lot. It's inconvenient having to drive there and back. And there's the social stress of going into an unfamiliar environment and meeting strangers. Virtual reality has the potential to solve all of these problems. It's anonymous. We can use avatars instead of people's real names and faces. It's affordable because we have the sense and the immersion of being in a physical environment without the costs associated with it, rent, utilities. It's more accessible. You don't have to travel. This is especially important for those with mobility impairments. You just put the headset on. You're right there in the therapy session. And finally, it's more approachable. We have our sessions in relaxing virtual environments like forests and beaches. That makes it so much easier to get started. So we're the only nonprofit in this space. That means we can be hyper-focused on accessibility, so much so that we plan to offer our group therapy sessions for free and ask for tax-deductible donations after every session. We use a direct-to-consumer model. We could find no other competitor doing this. This means that we provide the software platform and the therapists to people who already own headsets. This cuts down costs because they don't have to have dedicated headsets for their clients. And finally, we're focused on group therapy instead of individual therapy because it's so much more cost-effective. So why us? Why are we the team to do this?
My name is Amy Platter. I have experience working with mental health care professionals to create evidence-based digital solutions for mental health from my experience working with a San Antonio company called Inner Ally. Additionally, in 2020, I co-founded a nootropic snack company called Thoughtful that achieved $30,000 in revenue, and from that I've developed skills in running and developing a business. But most importantly, I am very passionate about mental health because of the way that it has impacted my family, my friend Cannon. And so I am driven to find ways to make mental health care more accessible to the people who need it.
Yeah, Amy's awesome. My name is Ken Cannon. I have been working as a programming instructor, so leading student projects, as well as the past 6 months I've been creating virtual reality apps. Like I said, I have social anxiety. I want and need this product. So why now? It's been 2 long-ass years of COVID, okay? People are isolated and anxious more than ever. There's 93 million American adults with some form of mental illness, and less than half of them received treatment in 2020. These numbers have actually gotten worse because of the pandemic. And the reason why is therapy is not anonymous, affordable, accessible, and approachable like we can make it with VR. And the moment of the metaverse is here. This is hockey stick graph if I've ever seen one, okay? There's millions of headsets out there right now in the US, and it's a very effective mode to utilize for the therapy that we want to do. So in conclusion, we have a unique way to distribute a potentially life-saving therapy. Thank you. We got the gong, yes. I wanted it.
Why the decision to structure as a nonprofit? I understand it makes you the only, but why not do something like this for profit?
So we believe in making this a nonprofit because it aligns our company with the goals and the aspirations of our clients. So we're super focused on giving them the most accessible form of therapy possible. Why nonprofit? Because we can make it free. And the people who most need therapy are often the people who are least able to pay for it. And that's really where we're coming from with that.
That was the first question I had too. Why the nonprofit? Because I do believe that there are different structures you could create for your business model that would allow you to have different tiers of this. I mean, I could imagine people who can afford these types of things to pay an additional fee to be in an extra cool world for these therapy sessions or things like that. So I really challenge you to think about the model because there is a way to meet your goals of serving the community that you want to serve at a lower or more accessible cost, remaining accessible, doing the business for good, while also being a very profitable, very, very successful business. But my other question was also kind of around what else you think you need to build out this product as you move forward.
Oh, I thought I had the slide. I'm so sorry. So there are two big things, the MVP and authority. So on the MVP side, that involves networking, creating a user interface, using a database to store user information, all that good stuff. And then there's the authority side, getting a medical director, hiring our first therapist. And that's arguably the much bigger portion. And that's going to be our #1 priority in the summer. And if 2 out of 5 are saying we should really consider being a nonprofit, we will strongly consider that. So really appreciate you guys saying that.
I don't have a problem with you guys selecting a nonprofit model, but I do have an issue with you suggesting that everything will be free, because that's unrealistic. You just said all the things you're going to have to pay for. So you are going to have to figure out a payer model, but you can also have a model that provides free services for those that can't afford it. So it's not the nonprofit issue for me, it's the reality of how you're going to operationalize and pay for that I think you need to think
That's
about.
a very good point. That's something we really need to think about. We did survey, I think 12 out of 115 people that we met in VR and we surveyed said that they had social anxiety. And the average donation amount that they said was going to be $12. So there's a lot of testing we need to do, but we have a little bit of validation there.
People also value what they pay for, even if it's a really low entry point. Something that's free doesn't typically suggest that it has value for people.
Thank you very much. That's true.
There's a lot of group therapy focused tech-enabled services, like Real, for example. How do you differentiate long-term from a group like Real that's getting millions and millions of dollars in funding from doing what you're doing?
Is Real in VR, or are they a video chat-based service?
They're video chat-based, but as you're showing the graph of the VR adoption, how do you prevent a group like, Real that has a big base from entering into the market?
I understand. We think that being a nonprofit actually will help us have a very specific niche of users. And if we have to subsidize what we're doing, we will be able to become a certified behavioral clinic and get government funds to subsidize what we're doing. So we will be able to serve a specific population that they won't.
So to get accredited, it takes about 2.5 years.
Right.
How do you, I'm just trying to understand too, what would that, I guess the question is, what would that process look like if you're a nonprofit?
So the accreditation process for us would look like getting a professional, because we don't have the experience to do that, paying them as a consultant to help us go through that process. And you're right, it might take 2 years, but there's also the piece of this hasn't been researched before. There's no real good research about group therapy in VR. So we plan to also sponsor that kind of therapy, that kind of research.
Got it. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
to answer your I was going to say to answer the first question a little bit more, the community that we're going for would be a user base that is primarily gamers, and of course those would be our early adopters, but that would be a different group than primarily those are just using video chat to do group therapy. There's also a huge gaming community that's only going to be growing as this headset device becomes more and more popular. And so the timing of that kind of plays out as the user base for this device grows. So would the user base for our product compared to just video chat.
All right, thank you very much, judges. Thank you for this opportunity.
As the judges complete their notes, some quick announcements. You're one team away from the judges coming to deliberations and beginning the process of deciding who will spend the summer with us, receive a $5,000 investment, have a fully paid summer working and building their company. Also, food will be available and drink following the last pitch of tonight. Ulmer is up next, certainly last of us today, but not least of our student presentations. Super excited to have Ulmer coming up. So Ulmer, you're up.
Wait, what's the button? Hold on. Ah, okay. Yes. Yeah. All right, go ahead, Max. So, hello, I'm Max Ulmer. This is my partner, James.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Well, so what we have here is my company. It's called Ulmer. We're a clothing retailer, product designer, and manufacturer, because we seek to help out the retail industry and try to make them more efficient. In our research, we've discovered that the retail industry is suffering due to the presence of online retail. And so we want to bring them devices in order to help make these stores more efficient and overall stay afloat.
Absolutely. And so our problem is actually really simple. It's putting shirts on hangers. And I'm sure everyone here has done it tons of times before. But when you scale it up to a retail industry, it's huge. And so that 10 seconds turns into a lot of time for this industry. And so, like I said, the problem is simple. You're grabbing a shirt and you're putting it on a hanger, and that's about it. But when I say we're scaling it up and talking with people here in the San Antonio area, whether it's from Goodwill, retail stores, or even larger markets, we see that there really is a big issue here with time saving, and the efficiency cost that has on that company is huge.
So for our solution, we were thinking about it and we realized, hey, if we could get rid of these inefficiencies in putting a shirt on a hanger, we could actually save a lot of time here. So what we did was we wanted to create a product that would reduce the user's interaction with hangers, because the hangers is the part where you're fiddling around when you're trying to put a shirt on top of it. So what we've decided to propose is a device that'll make it so you put your shirt onto the device and then pull on the hanger on the top of the device, and it'll move a hanger into the next position, and which will mitigate the user's interaction and save the user about 5 seconds per shirt. However, when you look at these stores like Goodwill or even Macy's, their workers have to do this hundreds of times a day. So we feel like this device will be useful. So our hanger device in particular has some unique qualities in that it's compact, it's portable, it relies only on mechanical energy, so you don't have to plug it in. And we've talked to managers at retail stores, and they needed it to be easy to use because the people that are going to be using it won't have a lot of experience with the device. So, research and development, I've been working on this project for 2 years. A lot of my classmates in the back actually remember this presentation 2 years ago, but made a lot of progress since then. So, yeah, research and development, COVID. I've been home for 2 years now, but in that time, I've spent thousands of hours working on this. Last winter, we were very fortunate to get an extra 2 weeks off. Nope, I put that on my schedule. Say there was like 7 weeks. I probably spent 10 hours a day for 45 of those 49 days trying to get the last section of this device done in preparation for this competition. So the current state of this, this is about a quarter of the parts for a niche mechanism back here. But yeah, 2 years of development. I designed it on Blender, so I have all the 3D files. I made about 1,000 parts overall in this time, but I've had a lot of time to iterate, redesign. Thing that I haven't touched on is that I've actually had to do a lot of niche research in that this was an engineering project, but in order to get the motions I required and why it's become a personal project, I had to develop my own mechanisms. These parts didn't exist. These motions didn't exist. So for the past like 2 years, I've had to reach out. These devices were like they come from watch companies. So I've had to like reach out to them and yeah, but figure them out. So then at the moment, we're currently at a second stage prototype. This device is about 490 parts, 3D printed wise, and it's about 300 screws and 200 chain links. Two interesting characteristics is I brought two niche watch mechanisms from the watchmaking world into a fundamental application outside of the watch industry called a Fusarium chain. The only other application for this is in an independent watch company called Ferdinand Berthold's Constant Force watch, which is about $100,000 for the mechanism, and I did it in $30. And then this one back here is called this power reserve is called a FP Jorn dual spring power reserve. Again, it's like a $50,000 watch, and I spent like 2 months designing it this winter, probably for like, yeah, it was this one right here, so probably like $40.
Thank you very much.
And so, what's next? So,
I have a question, and brilliant, genius design, so pat yourself on the back for that. It's always hard to come up with a prototype. My question relates to the logistics of this. You know, again, going back to the problem that you're solving is that time, that efficiency, right? I'm picturing it, and tell me if I'm right. I asked you this over there. I'm in a department store. I'm a worker, and I have this machine that it's validated. It gets the shirt on the hanger much faster. But in one of your pictures, there's loading. The device itself loads. Let's call that 10 hangers right there. So as soon as I run out of those 10 hangers, where's the resource of other hangers? And doesn't that make it maybe less efficient potentially if I'm going back to wherever the hanger storage is, then reloading the machine? Just that process in between of loading the actual machine. That's where I think there's a lot of gray area there.
Thank you. And yes, since we've talked, I've thought about it, and we're running into this issue where we have a product, but the market isn't really known because it's a very unique product that doesn't exist. Companies, we've started doing our research, and companies are like, "Oh, you made a device for that? That's nice." So we'd like that. In the future, we need to get to like this next stage called a marketable prototype, which will allow us. Right now, we just completed this stage, which is the functional prototype, so it does all of the mechanical actions needed, but it's not in a state for people to use it. So this summer we need to get into a state where people can use it and then put that out there to the people that are going to use it and start getting that data for logistics in the future.
Yes, and if I could add on to that too, one thing we were talking about is obviously we're reaching out to larger retailers. I think he mentioned Macy's as one of them. But one of our goals as well, with hopefully if we go to the next round, the funding will be used for marketing specifically to target the industry and laterally. So looking at targeting, laundromats, dry cleaners, smaller businesses that don't necessarily need a huge assembly line, but something small and portable and compact enough that if you're a single man operation and you're doing this hundreds of times a day, loading 10 hangers during a process, and obviously we said this is still a prototype, it's still a second stage development, but it more likely than not I think is far better for if one person especially is doing it to get it done by themselves, and it just streamlines the whole process into one little package here.
We thought this was kind of cool, but
What would you sell that for?
the current estimates are about 1,000, but that's because raw materials-wise, it's about $200 at the moment. But we haven't. That would be our last stage of production, which would be marketability, which would then allow us to mitigate our costs.
How long would it take you to build another one?
That's where our funds come into play. Because I've been quite inhibited by the fact that I only have one printer, and these prints take 30 hours to come out. So if I had 2 or 3 printers, I could have a higher rate of production, which would make me more efficient.
Also, that's impressive that you built that.
Slide.
What do you think your competitive advantage is?
Well, first of all, we're the only company in the world trying to solve this problem. So that's a big one. The second of all, I think we mentioned before, we have received validation from other individuals in this industry. Max mentioning that specifically within the watch industry, this has actually been submitted to the FP Jorn Young's competition, and based on their criteria in terms of innovation, technical complexity, and it's, while not the most luxuriant design, something like a watch, it's extremely effective in what it's trying to accomplish. So we believe it does have a high probability of winning that and getting more recognition outside of that.
Great job. Great job. Wow. What a day. Please join me in giving all our teams a round of applause. The judges will now adjourn to go ahead and begin their deliberations when they get done tabulating their scores for this last team. We have food and drink available. The teams will be meeting and be available in this section right here. You'll have an opportunity to ask them questions, engage them further in talking about their startup concepts, and hopefully we'll be returning in approximately 30 minutes to go ahead and award the big checks for the 8th annual Stumberg Prize competition. Please hold on and stay tuned. Thank you. we are ready to hand out some big checks. We can have everyone grab their last drink. For those that are outside, they can come on in and enjoy the next moment. I know you can't wait to see who wins the big checks. That's super important. We're going to get to that. None of this happens without an incredible team behind the scenes that makes all of this work. So please indulge me slightly to thank a couple of people that are really important, that have expressed, and you've had the opportunity to sort of, do what they do. Let's begin first with our incredible Airmark team, who's been great, fantastic with regards to food and drink. We want to thank our partners and sponsors over at ITS and at the Tiger Network who are live streaming this and are responsible for all the great audio-visual. Our facility service team that turned this entire space over and is going to have to do it again because we got classes tomorrow morning. So we got to give them a thanks and a huge applause. We, as a team of Trinity Entrepreneurship, we're really blessed to have an incredible group of people that work with us. And so I would like to recognize now first our student work studies. They're not just students that file and run spreadsheets. They're actively doing real work, and they were running the timers and making sure the slideshow was taking place and running back and forth. So Corbin, Roby, and Joey, and Pat, and Ming, thank you so much for all of your contributions. We've also been really blessed to be building the Trinity Entrepreneurship team. They're so kind of young. They started their first day at our finals in October and have been with us now. This is their first Trinity Entrepreneurship Stumberg Prize seed round. Please join me in thanking Liz and Tom for all their incredible work that they did behind the scenes. Our assistant programs manager, Tom's in the back there. Liz is up here in the front. We all know, really, though, the person who really deserves all the credit, because since her first moment here with Trinity Entrepreneurship, this program and this event has really been a testament to her incredible planning, her dedication to excellence, her ability to get stuff done. Please join me in thanking our programs manager, Carmen Aramanda, for the incredible work that she's done to pull this off. And last, Dr. Anderson, you have been such a supporter of the work that we do. Dr. Anderson started his time here at Trinity right when this program began to kick off. One of your first official activities as president at Trinity was to actually pass out the big checks at this event that first year, many, many years ago. There's some pretty busy people at Trinity. Dr. Anderson is probably the busiest, and to have his commitment to be here every Stumberg Prize, every seed round, every final round, his commitment to our program in allowing us the freedom and flexibility to operate in the ways that we operate, in the sort of ways in which we push innovation across the university, getting students engaged in the community, getting students to launch real companies, getting students to screw up as they launch real companies. We're really grateful. And my apologies, Dr. Anderson, the gift that we had for you was subject to the supply chain problems that we currently have with COVID. So you will get the thing that we've gotten for you, but you're not going to get it now. But we are really thankful, Dr. Anderson. Dr. Anderson, for those of you who don't know, will be retiring at the end of this year. And we just wanted to take a little moment to thank Dr. Anderson for his incredible support of this program, this department, and all the work that we do. Please join me in giving a standing round of applause to Dr. Danny Anderson. And now, may I introduce President Dr. Danny Anderson, President of Trinity University.
So thank you all for being here. One more round of applause, too. First of all, Luis is an incredible motivator of everything that goes on. You hear his energy and all that's going on. So, Luis, thank you so much. You know, one other person who's here, and he often doesn't like being called out and recognized, but the Stumberg family is incredibly important to Trinity. There is a tradition of making a difference, and we would not be where we are if it were not from them, for them. And Herb Stumberg, former board chair, is here. Thank you, Herb, for all that you've done to support this program. Yeah. You know, I love this. I'm going to talk just for a minute. This program is one of the most exciting things that happens at Trinity. There is energy in this room that if we could figure out a way to bottle it, would do all kinds of things for our world. One of the things that I love the most about it is that this is a competition, but there's incredible collaboration, camaraderie, support, and that kind of community comes from the ethos that our students have. So I am so proud of you. All the things you do, the creativity, the innovation, the ways that you are looking at opportunities to make a difference. And I just ask everybody, please join me in one round of applause for all of the teams who competed tonight. You know, it's very exciting. I can't wait to hear what the news is. So I'm going to ask Luis to come back up, and we're going to talk about where we head next. Good luck to everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anderson. So it turns out that through the generosity of the donors to this program, in addition to having every person who pitched, every member of the team being a member of Geekdom for an entire year, every team is going to walk away with a cash award. That's really remarkable. We would like to congratulate first our runners-up, each of whom will be receiving a check award of $1,000 to continue their vision and their desire to move forward as a venture. First runner-up, Overcome. Where are you, Overcome? There we go. Come on up. Get your check. There'll be more photos at the end, so we invite all the other teams to come back and join us at the next one. Our next runner-up, with another $1,000 cash award is Ulmer. You guys can pick up your check at the end. Our next runner-up, it's this one, yeah. Our next runner-up, collecting a check $1,000, Brainwave Analytics. Our judges had a really hard time, and we only gave them 30 minutes. It was a difficult process for our judges to sort of determine who our Stumberg Prize finalists were, And so the next teams will all be receiving a $5,000 investment. They will have the opportunity to have 3 members of their team spend fully paid their summer with us in our summer accelerator, working on building their business. They get a year-long membership with Geekdom, and they will have the opportunity amongst these teams to compete in the fall during our Stumberg Grand Prize competition finals to compete for the grand prize of $25,000. In no particular order, ladies and gentlemen, parents, friends, students, colleagues, your 2022 Stumberg Prize Venture Competition finalists are in no order. Recap. Congratulations, guys. Good guy. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Next up, Baby to Go. Next up, SafeLit. Next up, Range Regenerator. Pacific Debate Institute. Next up, Skeleton. And finally, last but not least, Faro. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this year's 8th annual Stumberg Prize New Venture Competition Seed Round. We look forward to seeing you back on Trinity's campus this fall during San Antonio Startup Week, when one of these 7 teams will walk away as the grand prize champion of the Stumberg Prize New Venture Competition for 2022 and collect $25,000. Please join me in thanking all the great teams. Thank you, judges. If I can have the teams come up with your checks and the judges, we got plenty of photos to take. Thank you all so much. No, and good night.
So, help me get the checks back out.